Hello, my friends. Happy Wednesday. Good to be here on this day that is, we are not normally here, obviously. So glad to be with you and honored to be in a room full of beautiful patriots. We are nearing in on 600 people in the Sned Shed tonight. So, welcome one and all. I have. Coming to you on a Wednesday, I'm normally not doing things on a Wednesday other than doing a 7K metals call. And tonight I got on the Healy call for a little bit with Amy and crew. So, folks, please check out those opportunities that health and wealth, those two opportunities, and you can find those at theindoctrination.com. And thanks to all those who are engaging in that process and engaging in the kind of taking control of your life, whether it be financially and or through bettering your health. And it's a lot of fun. Great group of people, as great a group of people as we have here. So welcome one and all. My name is David Snedeker. This is the Indoctrination, a show that I created in my mind many, many years ago when you think about what's going on here in the world, the people that we're trying to reach, the people that we're trying to warn about the tragic nature of a world elite that is taking action in order to control us and to weaken us and to kill us, that when we look at that particular paradigm, it's easy to see how screwed up things can become. And so what we do here is we're trying to show you that many of us are caught up in the indoctrination, and we are being literally having our brains programmed through the television, through the newspapers, through the radio, and through the magazines, and through the movies and the television shows. But so much of it is intended specifically to manipulate our way of thinking, and it is masked in entertainment. It is masked in humor. It is masked in the facade of they want to help you and me to live better lives. This is all a facade. And if we can point people to the indoctrination right here that you see, and show them, just think about it. Where are you getting your information about the jab, about masks, about COVID, about the banking system, about the stock market, about the food that you eat, the fast food industry, the chain food industry, the GMOs, the glyphosate, pesticide-laden foods, the water that you drink. Think about all the people that are giving you information about those things, and look at cui bono, who benefits. Look at the companies and the people that own these corporations, and how do they benefit from keeping the truth from humanity. And it's very easy and very clear to see how that all goes down. And the way it goes down is not of benefit to you and I. And we know that. You and I can see that now. But we need to get the word out. So please, will everybody please do me a favor? Right now, we have 744 beautiful people in the room. Will you take this link of this Truthcast? Will you share it with just one person or one group or one post, whatever you do, if this isn't the kind of thing you normally share, I'm going to ask you to step outside your comfort zone for just a bit. It's actually going to be a pretty mild night, I think, in the sense of, but it's going to be very factual, very much, and we'll get into a little bit of Q later with Todd. But we need to get this kind of information out to more and more people. Tonight will be probably a low night because many aren't used to a Wednesday night with the Sned heads and the head Sned. So, and here we are. We're almost up at 800 people. Normally, we'd be already over 1,000 easily. So we might be a few hundred shy tonight or more. So please share this out. And for those of you who already have, thank you very much. Those of you who do consistently, thank you very much. You are the wind beneath my wings, which is far better than the wind behind me. So thank you all. Let's see. Kathleen already shared with about 20 Facebook friends. Thank you so much, Kathleen. That was fantastic. Let's see. Dave, I saw the video you shared of The Witness. Was a great wealth of information, and I know all about how negative can ruin us. Video you shared of The Witness. I'm trying to think of what I shared. If you would be more specific on that, please. Serendubious, the calm before the storm. Yes. Yes, very much so. Jonette, I share it out every night. Hello, I know you do. Thank you so much. And Sherry says, that's the way the reason I dropped TV from my life 2 years ago. I felt manipulated, plus the character of the actors and what they are now stand for is disgusting. I totally agree. We have the show notes up on in the chat, my friends, and also I believe up on the website, theindoctrination.com. Click on Hot Zone. Thank you, Monifa. Thank you so much. Good evening, RB Chef 28. Hello. Johnny says, I only watch Tucker and Greg, sometimes Hannity. You've definitely narrowed that down into a fine point and getting some good information, I'm sure. Just be careful with, always be cautious when you let a fox in a hen house. Make sure you got a leash on the fox, yeah? Let's say, thank you, work with a bunch of sleeping people. Yes, as best you can. Share the news as best you can. That's all we can do. Yes, all Snedheads are beautiful people. I totally agree. Thank you so much. Lynetta, thank you so much. Christy, thanks for doing a show tonight. You're the best. Thank you, Christy. You're very welcome. And very glad to be here with you all. I will be off tomorrow night. So we will be taking our Wednesday night on Thursday night. Tomorrow is Veterans Day. So going to have a family day and looking forward to that. And Christy, only watching OAN now. Good. Kalia, how's Papa Sned and your brother doing? Continued prayers. Thank you so much. My brother just got home from a week where he was getting his treatments, and he's doing great. He sent us a picture of the little outdoor fire pit that we had gotten for him as a housewarming gift. One of those little metal fire pits that you can put out. So he's back home, and so thank you for that. And my dad is doing well as well. Thank you so much for your prayers for my family. I really appreciate you all and all your love and your prayers for my family. And thank you so much for those of you who were on the show last night and received my love, Amy, so well. We had a fun night last night talking about the Healy, and she had a good call with everyone today. So, folks, if you want to find out more about the Healy, go to the website, click on the Healy link, and you will be able to connect with Amy on that. Okay. Also, a couple of announcements. Well, I'll get to that a little bit later. So, actually, let me mention it real quick. The let me get to this. So tonight we didn't do a 7K medals call with Nancy. She's going to have that tomorrow night, since we're going to be off tomorrow night, so the Snetheads can gather for the for the 7K medals call tomorrow night. And I also want to bring your attention to the following, and that is that tomorrow morning there's going to be, there's a Coffee with Curtis, right? And in the Coffee with Curtis, in the mornings, they talk about 7K medals. Well, Curtis tomorrow morning is going to be interviewing Roger Ball. Roger Ball is the founder and funder. I just dropped the link, the Healy's link, for tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and he's going to be interviewing Roger Ball, who funded 7K 5 years ago, and they are well into it. Great man. He's the man who owned Melaleuca, sold Melaleuca, and is creating just another incredible company. So, folks, if you're new here, welcome. Let us know. We'd love to say hi. You're in a room full of beautiful people. Here we have just a couple rules. One is we check our coat, and we imagine we're coming into a beautiful theater, and it's nice and warm, it's cozy, and you're coming in out of the cold night air, and you got your big coat on, and just imagine your coat has all of this indoctrination that we've talked about, that it has all this preconceived notions, unconscious bias, ego, and we're just going to take off that coat and check it at the coat check and grab our claim ticket and grab a snack, grab a drink, grab our favorite person, our favorite you, and our favorite pet, and come on in and let's download some information. Cheers, everybody. And the only rules here are open your mind and be kind. That's not so hard to do, right? Open your mind and be kind. And so you're in a very awake environment here, and of beautiful humans. So welcome. You can leave your baggage at the door. And by the way, most people don't let go of those things. They don't let go of that coat because they're afraid they're going to be attacked, and they need that protection. You don't need that protection here. And if you do, you can go to the coat check. They know you there. They know you what jacket's yours, what coat is yours, and they'll give it to you. Oh my gosh, Sally, hi from New South Wales, Australia, in the heart of tyranny. I shared the story of Australia this morning with my daughter a little bit, talking about the American Revolution, the French Revolution, which she's been studying. And we talked a little bit about how what led to those events, and about the taxation, the lack of representation, and about the tyranny that they were experiencing. And so we talked about that, and I shared with her about what Australia is going through right now, and how Australia is having a peaceful revolution. And I'm just so very, very proud of our brothers and sisters down under that are going against this tyranny at the risk of losing their jobs, losing their freedoms, losing their lives possibly. And just very, very proud of all the patriots in Australia, New Zealand. We're out in the streets today. All the patriots around the world. Patriots are not restricted to the U.S. Patriots are people that are just beautiful in heart and soul and mind, and free thinkers and patriotic, and love their country, love their flag, but don't love the people who are hiding behind those flags. and using those flags to harm their population. This is happening on a mass scale worldwide, and we are awakening to that reality. So love and prayers and cheers to our brothers and sisters in Australia and New Zealand and all around the world that are fighting this tyranny right now, and right here in the U.S. Cheers, everybody. Much love to you, and much freedom and light in our future as we stand together now. Cheers. Here we go. We are up over 1,076 beautiful humans in the theater. Welcome. Check your coat. Come on in. Open your mind. Be kind. Let us know if you're new. We'd love to welcome you. Let us know how you found us. If you know how you found us, please let us know in the chat right now. And I'll put it up on the screen if you let me know. If I know some people have been with us for a long time, and some people are fairly new. So let's see. It is public. Yes, Dixie, thank you. It is public. Yes, thank you. Yeah, prayers to all the patriots worldwide. Yeah, we're standing up, my friends, and we are winning. Look at the behavior. I've used this analogy many times. I'll do it quickly again. You know, whenever I was in the fourth quarter of a basketball game, if I was playing in high school or professionally, or late in the second half of a college game when I played, you could always tell who was winning the game by the way the different teams were reacting. And my friends, the way that the cabal is reacting, okay, tells us that they're desperate, tells us that we are winning. And that is if the black hats are in control of everything. But we believe that the black hats are not in control. We believe the white hats are in control of many, many things, okay? The jab and how far they're allowing this to go on is very, very disconcerting, and makes me think that the black hats are in a little bit more control than we'd like to believe, okay? Excuse me. But we are winning this war, because you can see how the other team is playing. They're playing dirty. They're grabbing. They're tripping. They're pushing. They're fouling, right? And so this is very much so a war that we're in, and we are winning this war. And you can tell by the way the other team is reacting. I didn't see the comment. If you would share again of the comment of the video that you saw of the witness. Star and Kali, thank you. Yes, I know you're amazing. Thanks so much. Oh, okay. So you're talking about the one on Facebook on March 2020, or I think that was May 2020. You guys, I'm sorry. I totally spaced. I was going to something else. You guys are telling me how you found me. I'm so sorry. I spaced out on that. Let me see. I want to see these. Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to see this. This is fantastic. Sally, thank you, David. Boost my day to be here. Awesome. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, so let me get to some of these. Okay. Wow, in Australia, just saw a post of a doctor there. His office was raided. They took all the patient files and his appointment book. He is devastated. Folks, this is flat out tyranny. Daybreak found me on YouTube. Let's see. Fantastic. Numguard, Facebook last year. Awesome. Georgie Porgy, you were my first streamer to follow. Awesome. Awesome. I'm honored. Um, Dawn, been watching you for a few weeks. Saw you on Nino. Welcome, Dawn. Welcome. So glad that I've had those connections with Nino because we've met some beautiful people from his audience. So I'm happy to have you. You are welcome here, as you know. You're very welcome. Regina, coat checked, fantastic. Rhonda, of course, Facebook almost 2 years ago. Yeah, Rhonda, you were one of the. You're a OG Snedhead, and back when I was just doing Facebook as well, about 2 years ago. Let me see. We can't check our jammies. Sun up. Well, I'm glad your code is checked. Okay. Siggy, almost my 2 year anniversary of the Sneds. Awesome. Awesome. Kathleen's checked her robe and she's ready. 2 years now for me. Michelle, good to see you. Oh, good to see you. I found you by hunting D Live after I found Brendan Dilley. Brendan Dilley, how's he doing? I haven't watched him in a long time, but Dilley was doing some great work, and I'm sure he still is. And I love his energy, but I haven't seen him in quite a while. I'm sorry. Lightholder via Twitch after Tori says. Awesome. Yeah, Tori is, I think, exclusively on Twitch, isn't she? Let me see. December 16th, Facebook. Awesome. Facebook on the beach, Teresa. Yes, you've been around. You're OG. Teresa Caputo, good to see you. 2 years ago, Dave, been a Snedhead ever since. Diane Parks, awesome. Happy to have you, as you know. Found you on D Live after watching Marfugal News. Here's another good one, folks. Marf does some really great work, and I'm glad that he's on my side, right, on our side, that of the right side of history. My daughter told me about you in March 2020. Have not missed a show yet. Wow, vet woman, thank you, fantastic. Pat, since the M interview, fantastic. I love that interview with M Seeker of Truth, folks. If you haven't seen that, please check out M Seeker of Truth, his YouTube channel. Pat, thank you. Let's see. Sun up, but I will leave you. What do you mean you'll leave me? What? What are you talking about? Let's see. Hello. Let's see. 1 year SNED veteran Jill, great to have you. Happy anniversary. Happy birthday to everyone who has a birthday today. Do we have any birthdays in the house? Julie, long timer here. Awesome. Let's see. Gas stations out of gas in southern Ohio. Debbie, interesting. Thanks for that heads up. Let's see. Fairly new here. I found you through a friend. It was nice to hear that I wasn't alone in my thinking. I feel at home here. Awesome. Yes. Welcome home. Let's see. Okay. Hurting for my Aussie family and friends. It hurts my heart to see what's happening to my Australia. We are number one. We are one, but we are many. Yes. Yeah. Fantastic. So, all right, folks, let's get into it. And thank you for sharing all that. Facebook, March of 2020. That's what I was seeing. About 4 months ago, my sister watches you. Sharon, welcome. Awesome. Patty, I'm a 20-month Snederin to Dave's show. Snederin. Tomorrow should be Snederin Veterans Day for us. Yes, tomorrow is Veterans Day, my friends. Let's get to the show notes and get into what I have for you this evening. Folks, we are Sorry, folks. Did it again. Did it again. Did it again. So sorry about that. Let's start that again, shall we? Shall we? If you've been with me a long time, you know that sometimes that will happen, and it's not my fault. I promise. It's completely a technical glitch. It's never my fault. Never, 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 never. Okay, let's try. Let's try that again. All right. Let's go to the show notes, shall we? Yeah, Dave's silent movies. Exactly. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. Okay, here we go. All right. Wary Wednesday, caution, right? I feel like every day in this day and age that we should proceed with caution with the information we're getting in, the information we're putting out, the things that we do, the things that we say, the conversations we have, I think should all be with caution in terms of making sure that we are speaking from a place of making this world a better place and a more awake place. Okay. Sign of that mute button. Yeah, I need a post-it note or something. Oh, wait a minute, Bonnie. Okay, Snedhead. It's Bonnie. Hold on, Bonnie. It's Bonnie's birthday today. Anybody else? Hold on. Me. You. Thank you, Todd. Yes, it's Gremlins. It's the deep state Gremlins that did it to me that time. Okay. Ophir, is it your birthday as well? All right. I need just the birthdays, please. Just the birthdays. Tell me whose birthday. There we go. Yes. Here we go. And Claudia, March 2020. Fantastic. Jennifer, my ex-husband's birthday. All right. K Richard Stapley, 11/11 birthday. All right. We're going to have to put you in there, K. Happy birthday, Bonnie. Tom's birthday tomorrow. My birthday was a Saturday. You didn't sing to me, JoJo. So sorry. I think we're in the end of times, David. Billy, I think that there's certainly a lot pointing to that. That's for sure. Ophir, I have a birthday. Awesome. Many birthdays. Okay. Many birthdays. Okay. All right. Yeah, we love Wednesday shows. It's like the good old days, right? Because I used to do, what, 6, 7 shows a night? Or, I mean, a day? Or, yeah. Okay. Maybe I should start over tonight. What do you think? Okay. Yes, happy birthday. Yes. Okay. My friends, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bonnie. And the Marine Corps. And JoJo, who I missed. And so many that I'm forgetting. All our Marines, our veterans tomorrow. And of course, hold on. Ophir, happy birthday to you. And many, many, many more happy birthdays in better times when we are on the other side of this. So God bless you all. HV Moore, thank you, mods. You rock. Yes, thank you to our mod squad that is just, Barbara, Jen, Christy, Cindy, Serendubious, Nathan, Quasi Pete, Sunup, who am I forgetting, my friends? Dixie, oh my goodness. Thank you, mods. Thank you, my mod squad. Yeah, Charlie, it's the deep state. It's not the fact that that I'm like a one man band here and my butt's clapping, got some cymbals clapping here. Claudia Seebeck, your voice is tranquilizing. Thank you, Claudia. I've been told that I put many asleep, many asleep. Um, so my friend, yeah, Pete and the mods, love you guys over in Twitch and D Live, fantastic. Happy birthday, all. Um, uh, Dave, I just want to let you know that the Big Bird butt the other night was great. What the meme, the Big Bird meme? Yeah, Christy found that one, I think. So, my friends, yeah, let's. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate the compliments on my voice. Please do not fall asleep. Fall asleep. Okay. Yeah, Todd will keep my eyes open. Yeah. All right, my friends. Much love, and let's get on with it. Wary Wednesday. Proceed with caution. Happy 246th birthday to our Marine Corps, who are so very vital in the fact that we are breathing the free air that we've actually come to take for granted. That's the awakening that we must be a part of, is the awakening to let everybody know that we must not take our freedoms for granted. So thank you to the Marine Corps. Thank you to all veterans. Happy Veterans Day tomorrow. And then we've got Turncoat Rhinos. Georgia's at it again. Drops, deltas, decodes, and much more. Show contributors Chris, Greta Dice, Marianne Simone, Trumpet 17, Jen Davis, Melissa McDonald. Thank you all. 246th birthday, United States Marine Corps. Trump. Several entries today. Let's see what President Trump has to say, since he is being censored by every mainstream media outlet is just basically trying to take him down, and every big tech is trying to just silence him. Authorities arrest analyst who contributed to the Steele dossier. My friends, this is heating up. Unfortunately, I do not subscribe to the New York Times, so I cannot see that. So I need to see this on another article here. Christy, if you could drop another article on that would be great. Trump warns Biden administration taking the wrong approach to China. It shows such weakness. This was an article by Brooks Sigman. Brooks Sigman, and in an interview. Let's see. We don't have that. We have the. Here we go. Let's see if we can hear it. Hold on. No. Here we go.
I knew I would have to do this story eventually. I just didn't think it would be so soon. Will Donald Trump run for president in 2024? Well, there's some new back and forth on that, some new tidbits, some new chatter, some new predict. Had said the Trump, if anybody's ever covered the Trump beat.
Why would they have Trump and not have his interview? That pisses me off. So is that they're showing weakness with China. Biden in September spoke by phone with Xi for the second time. The White House said the president made clear that the discussion was part of the U.S. ongoing effort to responsibly manage the competition between the U.S. and the PRC. After that call, the White House said that the two leaders discussed the responsibility of both nations to ensure competition does not veer into conflict. And since White House officials have said they welcome stiff competition between the U.S. and China. But the former president said he doesn't think the Biden administration strategy is effective. I don't think it's a good way to express it to China. It shows such weakness. We have shown such weakness. President Trump was saying this as an independent businessman, that we were taking the wrong approach to China because he understood that they were compromised. Okay, they were compromised, right? Ingrid, welcome from Belgium. It's 4:17 a.m. Welcome. It's not an appropriate message. Okay. Trump signed a phase one trade agreement with China, easing hostility between the two largest economies amid decades of complaints that Beijing was manipulating its currency and stealing trade secrets from American firms. That agreement included commitments from Beijing to halt intellectual property theft, which has always been a huge, huge factor. They're stealing all of our movies, all of our creative works, our songs, our music. Refrain from currency manipulation, cooperate in financial services, and purchase an additional $200 billion of U.S. products during 2020 and 2021. Despite that agreement, intelligence officials toward the end of the Trump administration warned that China posed a grave national security threat to the U.S. That's played out quite effectively, hasn't it? Given the fact that they launched this bioweapon against humanity, and Biden is having negotiations with them, which he's really not. He's just making it look like he's negotiating. So the Biden administration, while engaging in competition with Beijing, has warned of the reality that China has rapidly become more assertive and is capable of combining its economic, diplomatic, military, and technological power to mount a sustained challenge to a stable and open international system. What? So you're basically saying that we've got to kowtow to them because they're so strong. Officials have also warned that China is the only competitor potentially capable of mounting a challenge to the international system. The CIA last month announced the formation of the China Mission Center to counter China. Well, that was long overdue, but that's just completely controlled. CIA Director William Burns said the China Mission Center will address the challenges posed by the People's Republic of China and emphasize that the threat is from the Chinese government, not its people. Well, that's obvious. That's obvious. When I talk about China, negatively about China, it's not about the people. They're the ones being persecuted. So it's absolutely absurd that Biden has taken this approach, given the fact that we still haven't held them accountable for the Wuhan virus. It's just maddening. Let's go back to President Trump's. Let me see. This is, in case you missed it, 26,000 dead people still registered to vote in Michigan, lawsuit alleges. Okay? He's bringing more attention to the lawsuit, okay, against these, regarding the dead voter rolls and so forth. Okay? Trump slams Biden spending bills as Green New Deal warns Democrats will lose dozens of House seats in 2022. This was the... let's see if we got something here. No, there we go.
But Democrats.
What happened? Come on now. It's not playing. Something's going on. It's a weird player. It's a very weird player. So let's just read it then. And that's basically that he's basically, it's the Green New Deal that AOC was pushing years ago that was just absolutely absurd. President Trump is warning that if passed, the American people will face tax increases and the Democrat Party will lose dozens of seats in the House of Reps during the 2022 midterms. In an exclusive interview, the former president discussed Biden's Build Back Better agenda and the bipartisan infrastructure package pending in Congress. And so he's calling him out on everything that's going on, okay? And that needs to be done because this spending is just off the charts. It's absolutely ridiculous. 1,418 beautiful people in the theater. Welcome, everybody. This is a special Wednesday night edition. President Trump rightly unloads on turncoat Republican lawmakers whose vote resulted in the passage of the Biden infrastructure bill. So we showed you who those folks were, and now President Trump at the National Republican Congressional Committee dinner Monday blasted the 13 Republicans who supported Biden's infrastructure bill. 13 accident number? No, it's all a part of this cabal that are trying to enslave humanity through socialism and then communism. It's not okay what they're doing. The House of Reps voted 228 to 206 on Friday to pass the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. Okay? Basically 87,000 new IRS agents to spy on your taxes. Let's
going to force the financial institutions, be it the fintech, be it your credit union, other, to tell what you're doing with this money. Why should government ever be looking?
This is literally spying on American citizens. Our government is actually moving to spy on citizens. It's so dirty.
Every single American will be affected by this.
What they're trying to do is hire 87,000 new IRS agents. That's larger than the population of Scranton, Pennsylvania, the hometown of the president.
This is about unprecedented access for the IRS to get into people's bank accounts at that granular level. It's about unprecedented power.
Every small business is at risk.
This is a damaging and unprecedented public policy. The policy is flawed in so many ways. We appreciate and your efforts, and we hope Congress is successful in blocking its inclusion.
But in the end, it's about violating our Fourth Amendment. It's the intent of the Democrats to have control over every part of your life.
And that's what this is about. It's about fear, it's about control, it's about that power.
Why should government be spying on us? Why does government not trust their American citizens to start out with? And why would we spend money on this?
All right, and sorry for that click away there. So this is obviously very much an awakening process, right? Because we're seeing that the absurdity is just so palpable, so palpable. Let me see if I can get back to that. Yes, let me do that. Okay. That we are seeing the absurdity from the left. We are seeing the absurdity from the deep state in such a way that that we're awakening to what's really going on in the world. And so let's keep our eyes peeled, folks, on those 13 in Congress that did this, okay? Let's go to Durham. We're headed there briefly. John Durham is getting close to the jugular, and this is obviously the hold on a second. Boy, I'm having trouble getting rid of things like this. Why isn't that going away? All right. Well, I'm going to have to put up with it. So this is Zero Hedge, my friends. The latest, and they're showing Hillary with John Durham. The latest indictment also damages the mainstream media, which is why so many news outlets have ignored or underplayed it. After all, they broadcast a false story for years and are none too eager to revisit it, which is why none of them have come around on the Russian collusion in a way that they need to. Right? And the people that bring out the true Russian collusion, they should be handed the Pulitzers. Which is why so many have ignored or underplayed it. After all, they broadcast a false story for years and are none too eager to revisit it. Other losers are the prosecutors assembled by Robert Mueller, most of them Democrats. Remember, Mueller was the head of the FBI during 9/11, okay? Just know that. Okay. So, excuse me. He had all the damaging information and ignored it. What Durham and a few intrepid reporters are uncovering may well be the most ambitious, dirty trick pulled in an American election and its aftermath. The question now is whether Durham can expose the full extent of this malfeasance and charge those who planned and executed it. I think this was definitely one of the top scandals in American history. What happened with the Russian collusion to try to take out President Trump and candidate Trump. But then, and that was the response to the election in 2016. But even a bigger scandal, I think, is the 2020 election. So Durham's latest indictment charges Igor Danchenko with lying multiple times to the FBI. Danchenko, who worked at the Brookings Institution as a Russian expert, may not be a household name, but he was a crucial player in concocting the false story that Trump was collaborating with the Kremlin to win the White House. Okay, we know what followed there. Okay, and what the warrants say, in essence, is we need to spy on Carter Page, who was in Trump's campaign, because we think he's an enemy agent. But the FBI already knew he wasn't. That means they were trolling for other information. How did the FBI know Page was on our side? Because they asked the CIA and were told quite explicitly that Page was helping them, not the Kremlin. The CIA gave that exculpatory information to FBI lawyer Kevin Kleinsmith, who altered the message to say Page was not working for the CIA. His alternation was criminal, and he pled guilty after Durham charged him. So Kleinsmith was the first. Kevin Kleinsmith, we think maybe that is the 11-3. Kevin is the 11th letter. C is the third letter in the alphabet. So the FBI, excuse me, already knew this. Okay. And so that's all coming out. All right. And so this is this is getting close to Hillary. Okay. This is getting really, really close to Hillary because she funded this. As a matter of fact, somebody said today, it shouldn't be called the Steele dossier. It should be called the Clinton dossier. Okay. Yeah, been hired by people working for Clinton. So they actually funded it. We know this. We know this to be true. They actually funded the Steele dossier, or the Clinton dossier, as you should call it. Okay. Elections, audits, interference. Okay. This is Boris Epstein, big name petitioners in Georgia are refiling a lawsuit against Fulton County over the fraud in the 2020. He spoke in the war room today. Let's. So we're having a good couple of weeks, huh? We're having a good couple of weeks. We won it, Virginia. Woo! Yes, Virginia. Beat the longest survey state legislator in the history of the New Jersey State Senate with 153 bucks.
As a White House advisor, your job, of course, was to give the science, but you knew the realities you were in. I'm curious what you think of all that and Michael's point, and whether that makes it harder to get medical science out there without the filter of misinformation, which in this instance can be deadly.
Well,
the filter of misinformation, you mean like the filter of misinformation through the mainstream media, which is funded by the pharmaceutical companies? I mean, you know, they used to get away with this. Now they've gotten sloppy because they know we're awake, and they really need to be shifting gears here.
It absolutely makes it harder. And, you know, social media and the ability to sort of keep people in a bubble of misinformation makes it harder. We should remember historically this idea of harping on one false message over and over again is an old populist trick. I mean, it goes back to Andrew Jackson attacking John Quincy Adams for the corrupt bargain that got John Quincy Adams the presidency. They repeated the same line basically for 4 years until Jackson got elected president. And, then populism exploded in America, including taking down things like the bank and leading to bad recessions. We have to remember that this is not the way to actually govern and have prosperity in the country. And I do hope that we can, through the mandates, expand to 85% or so of the population vaccinated.
Dr. Emanuel last night so blew my head up about the Jacksonian populism that I had to make a call to the bullpen, and I had to get Dave Brett. Dave Brett joins us again. I had to get Dave Brett. I called Dave, said, you got to get up here. You got to come in studio. I got to talk about it. Boris, last night, that crowd was that the Metropolitan Republican Club up in New York City?
It is, Steve. That is the New York Metropolitan Club in Manhattan on 83rd Street. It's not even Upper West Side. It's the Upper East Side of Manhattan, okay? And this was a full room, and I'm going to rename that club. It is no longer the New York Metropolitan Republican Club. It's the New York Metropolitan MAGA Club. That's what it is. And everyone there, and to all of you watching who were there last night, so much love. It was the MAGA posse, Steve. This was not Republicans of Bush. This wasn't Republicans of Romney. This was Trump Republicans. It was MAGA there in Manhattan last night. SRO, standing room only. They gave me this gorgeous painting as a gift for speaking. And hey, and I'm saying this not because you're an American patriot, an American hero. Under the leadership of President Trump, you are a huge voice in the MAGA movement. But this was the Steve Bannon fan club there last night. It was the War Room Posse, and I was so humbled to be there and to give this talk and to give the people excitement. And there was excitement in the room, Steve, because the light is here. It's not at the end of the tunnel. The light is here. We want to cross. MAGA won in Virginia, in Connecticut, in New York, in New Jersey, in Pennsylvania. This was all MAGA. And let me tell you something else. It wasn't just MAGA celebrating achievement. But when we talk about the 13 traitorous Republicans who voted in the House for that disgusting infrastructure bill, and specifically Staten Island, New York City Representative Nicole Malliotakis, the boos were so loud you could hear them all the way to 50th Street from 83rd, okay? They booed Malliotakis. They booed Fox News. They booed rhinos. This is the MAGA party, and we're here to stay.
By the way, she's definitely going to get a primary. She's on Fox. Fox News can try to save her all they want. Not going to happen. Staten Island, the people on Staten Island
Maybe
right
I'll
now
move to Staten Island. Maybe I'll move to Staten Island and go have some fun. There's a lot of my people over there.
We need you in Arizona. But by the way, this is the key thing. This is a MAGA. We need New York City. You saw these sweeping victories out on Long Island. We got a huge governor's race. Letitia James, you got Lee Zeldin and Andrew Giuliani. Both of those guys can win the governorship. This is MAGA on fire. We're slammed for time, and I got to talk to Brad about something. But, Boris, I need you to talk about this massive breaking news coming out of Georgia. Can you give us a heads up of what's happening?
No doubt about it. Real quick, 10 more seconds on New York. Let's not forget that in Queens, an AOC-endorsed candidate for the city council was trounced by 30 points last week. So we are taking back New York. Ronald Reagan won New York State. There's no reason that we're not going to win in New York throughout New York in 22. And Donald Trump, when he runs for president, will win New York in 2024. So that's the MAGA excitement all across the country. In Georgia, major news coming today. The lawsuit is going back up, folks. Okay, that's what I'm hearing. The lawsuit is going back up. It is going back up with extra fire, with extra petitioners, with some big names in there who are saying that those 140,000 mail-in ballots in Fulton County have to be unsealed and have to be investigated, have to be audited in a full forensic fashion. That is a major win for MAGA. Major win, really, Steve, it's not about you, as we said. It's not about me, right? It's all about this audience. And this audience has stayed hot on Georgia, has not let up, and the next big move is coming today, folks.
Hang on. When you say big names, these are people that are actually have standing, that were on the ticket, they were on ballots in 2020, sir?
So let me give you the legal perspective, okay? As an attorney, Georgetown Law is not the worst school in the country. The key in that lawsuit, when it was dismissed wrongfully, I believe, by Judge Amaro there in Georgia, what people with the mainstream media, of course, didn't notice, it was dismissed without prejudice. What does that mean? If it's dismissed with prejudice, you can't bring it back. If it's dismissed without prejudice, that is a roadmap to cure some fault in the lawsuit and come back. And the biggest fault that the judge found, I disagree with the judge, but the fault that he found was lack of standing. So from what I understand, the lawsuit filed today is going to cure those, and you're going to have petitioners in the lawsuit who unquestionably, undeniably, 1,000% have standing and were hurt by the widespread fraud, and yes, I said fraud, in the 2020 election in Georgia. And by the way, to the MAGA Patriots in New York yesterday, the MAGA Patriots I've spoken to, and you've spoken to, of course, Steve, in Arizona and all across the country, there's no doubt that the MAGA movement and the American public believe that President Trump won that election in 2020, and he'll win for a third time in 24.
Boris, real quickly, with social media, how do people get to you? You got a lot of breaking news there. You got to be following Boris. Give it to us.
Huge day today, Steve. Absolutely huge day. Follow the website. Sign up right now. Super hot. BorisEP.com. Super hot on the website. Of course, hot on Getter at BorisEP, at BorisEP on Twitter. And the hottest ever on the gram, Boris_Epstein. Stay strong. God bless. Do not back down. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Steve Bannon doing some great work there, my friends, and Boris Epstein as well. Yeah, please check them out and keep up to date on what's going down in the world of the stolen presidency, and if you look at one of our memes, we've got the most popular administration in history. 38% approval rate, 28% approval rate. Really? Okay. Yeah, most popular administration in history. And we're expected to believe they actually got elected? I don't think so. So, things are heating up, my friends. And we're going to see some good stuff coming out of Georgia. I think Michigan, Arizona. We just got to keep patient, and we got to keep on it. This is very troubling, especially coming on the heels of going to see capital punishment on Sunday with Nate Estes to see the incredible job done there on that movie, talking to a lot of patriots from January 6th. Elderly women, elderly men, family women, interview with Ashley Babbitt's husband. It was just all very, it brought back a lot of great memories of that day, and also bad memories of the days that followed because of how they used that. The New Jersey man has just been hit with the toughest sentence yet. Now, this is a gentleman that actually punched a police officer in the face. It wasn't actually in the face. It was his shielded face. But nonetheless, Scott Fairlamb, 44, a former MMA fighter and gym owner, is the first defendant charged with assaulting an officer during the attack to face sentencing. Royce Lamberth, who we've shared his information with you, said he expected Fairlamb's 41-month sentence would end up lower than others because he was the first to plead guilty. And so what they're doing right now, and this is very, very important, is that they're basically going to say that he's going to get off much easier than expected because of the fact that he pled guilty. And they're trying to get all these people to plead guilty, but they don't need to plead guilty because they weren't guilty of anything. This gentleman was guilty because he struck a police officer. So this is the judge is saying wise up, basically. Lamberth, an appointee of President Ronald Reagan, also said the sentence should serve as a signal to other rioters to take the chance to plead guilty rather than risk getting even more prison time. Fairlane was one of the first to breach the Capitol on January 6th, opening through a door that was kicked open shortly after the first wave of rioters entered through a smashed window. He carried his stolen police baton on his way in, though he was not charged with that. Outside the building, he urged other members of the mob forward. We fucking disarmed them and we stormed the Capitol, he said, an exhortation that was captured on video and played for in court. How about Ronald Epps? How come we're not seeing him? He was talking about the same thing, and how come he's not in jail, and how come he's not being prosecuted? Okay. Prosecutors had recommended a 44-month sentence, a slightly longer punishment than the judge delivered. Fairlane's attorney asked for 17 months. 17, 44. Okay, what's the 44th tweet? And 17 is, of course, we know what that is. So this is they're basically getting them to roll over and plead guilty and play dead, and they're using this guy as an example of how you could save yourself. So the virus, the mask, and the jab. I want to share something with you that some people may not think is related, and I assure you that it is related. Here we go.
Pfizer received the biggest criminal fine in US history as part of a $2.3 billion settlement with federal prosecutors for mispromoting medicines and for paying kickbacks to compliant doctors. Pfizer pleaded guilty to misbranding the painkiller Bextra by promoting the drug for uses that were not approved by medical regulators. In the 90s, they were involved in defective heart valves that led to the deaths of more than 100 people. The company had deliberately misled regulators about the hazards. The company agreed to pay $10.75 million to settle Justice Department charges. In 2004, Pfizer's subsidiary agreed to pay $430 million to resolve criminal charges that it paid physicians to prescribe its epilepsy drug, Neurontin, to patients with ailments for which the medication was not approved. In 2010,
by the way, how about the off-label that they've got a problem with ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine? They're saying that it hasn't been approved for this particular COVID-19. Well, they're constantly doing off-label stuff, and this is 2 examples already where they've been charged and found guilty.
Then, a federal jury found that Pfizer committed racketeering fraud in its marketing of the drug. Pfizer disclosed that during a 6-month period the previous year, it had paid $20 million to some 4,500 doctors and other medical professionals for speaking on the company's behalf. In 2012, the US Securities and Exchange Commission announced that it had reached a $45 million settlement with Pfizer to resolve charges that its subsidiaries had bribed overseas doctors and other healthcare professionals to increase foreign sales. Pfizer was sued in a US federal court by Nigerian families who accused the company of testing a dangerous new antibiotic called Trovan on children without parents' consent and using their children as human guinea pigs.
Using children as human guinea pigs. I want to play that for you again just to make sure you get this, okay? This is 30 Nigerian families had to sue Pfizer in federal court, saying the company conducted an unethical clinical trial of an antibiotic on their children in 1996. It was medical experimentation on foreign citizens without their consent. That's why they were able to go after them, and it didn't fall under the vaccination rule of 1986, where they were able to skirt liability. Pfizer treated 100 Nigerian children with the antibiotic Trovan as part of its effort to determine whether the drug, which had never been tested in children, just like the vaccine. Okay? Think about that. This hasn't been tested in children. Remember what the FDA guy said? We have to give it to them to see what happens. tragic, okay? Pfizer treated 100 other children with ceftriaxone, the gold standard for
New
meningitis
antibiotic
treatment.
called Trovan on children without parents' consent and using their children as human guinea pigs.
11 children in the trial died.
A panel of medical experts concluded that Pfizer had violated international law, and the company agreed to pay $75 million to settle the lawsuits in Nigerian courts. The US case was
$75 million is chump change to Pfizer.
settled for an undisclosed amount. The list goes on. I don't want to bore you with it. But ask yourself, if it was a car manufacturer, would you buy a car from them?
But there is a very small part of professionals which they circulate on purpose misinformation so that they will mislead those that they have concern. Those people are criminals. They're not.
Said by an actual criminal.
They're not bad people. They're criminals.
They're criminals. This is the head of Pfizer calling people that are challenging this company criminals. Isn't that convenient? Kenneth Koa the Great, thank you for that on Rumble, my friends. This is unbelievable. This is they're going after the children, and watch this. This is a Florida second grader, okay, who was suspended 36 times for not wearing a mask. Listen to her.
My name is Fiona Lachuz, and I am in second grade at Discovery Key Elementary. I am back to talk to you again today. And for anyone who thinks I didn't write my speech last time is wrong. I wanted to be here then, just like I do now. Sorry if I am supposed to be scared when I see people yelling at these meetings. So I am back today, and tomorrow is my birthday. I am going to get suspended if I don't wear a mask for 3 more days. Just because I get suspended for not wearing a mask isn't going to change my mind. You can keep suspending me. I still have the right not to wear a mask. It is not fair that I'm getting punished because you guys, the school board, are not following the law. That is not fair. It just isn't right. I'm still going to stand up for what I believe in, and nothing's going to change my mind. I've been getting suspended a lot because I'm wearing a mask. Do you know how dirty masks are? Because you touch the mask, you put it on your face, you breathe all those germs in because you have lots of bacteria on your hand. Oh, and okay, yeah, I hope you all go to jail for doing this to me.
Wow.
And my family is proud of me, and my Uncle Murphy, that is in heaven, is really proud of me. And I want to say Burke sucks, but instead of, your rules suck.
Wow. Wow. Second grader calling out the absolute corruption of adults. How about that, folks? Remember the little boy in the story, the emperor who has no clothes? He's the only one that saw that the emperor was not wearing clothes, and he had the courage to stand up and say the emperor has no clothes. And remember that story, what the tailor had said, who had procrastinated and not made the king a coat or a suit, a new suit. He said, only the smartest and only the most valorous or something like that can see this suit. And so the word spread that only the smartest can see this. And they brainwashed the population, but not the little boy. He saw it for what it was. And here's a little girl doing the same thing. And the adults that are doing this should be ashamed of themselves. If you look at that wedding, the Getty wedding in San Francisco, no masks. If you look at these politicians, they only put it on for photo ops. This is tragic. What the parents, what the adults are doing to these children is absolutely tragic, and it's child abuse. So, here we go. How did we get here? Well, adults' corruption. This is the Wuhan Institute of Virology in Wuhan, China. Revealed CDC and NIH officials were EcoHealth partners during controversial Wuhan gain-of-function collaborations. EcoHealth Alliance, the research group using funds from Fauci's National Institute of Health to work with the Wuhan Institute of Virology, counted several high-ranking American government officials as research partners during its controversial collaboration with the Chinese Communist Party-run lab. This is the same Chinese Communist Party that Joe Biden is rolling over and getting his belly rubbed for. The unearthed affiliation follows the National Institute of Health admitting the New York-based nonprofit carried out gain-of-function research with the Chinese military-linked Wuhan lab and failed. Military-linked, folks. Military. This is a bioweapon. And failed to report its findings to the federal agency. Gain-of-function research, which counts... Hold on. Okay, I just thought of something. Hold on. Gotta think about this. All right. Which counts support from EcoHealth Alliance President Peter Daszak, increases the virulence, lethality, transmissibility of virus, including bat coronavirus. Daszak has previously described the virus he and his Chinese colleagues were manipulating as killers in video unearthed by the National Pulse. In addition to receiving sizable grants from NIH, National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and hosting Fauci repeatedly as a speaker of its events, EcoHealth Alliance also appears to retain close relationships to additional federal agencies such as the CDC and through its research partnerships. 3 officials from the CDC are listed as active partners of EcoHealth Alliance, along with the NIH official on the group's website. Okay? Since September 2012, 2 years before NIH agency funded EcoHealth, bat coronavirus research, Dr. Rima Kabaz, the director of the CDC's National Center for Emergency and Zoonotic Infectious Diseases, has been listed as on the group's official partners. Since April 2015, Dr. Heinz Feldman, a senior investigator at the NIH, has also been a partner of EcoHealth Alliance. Feldman's NIH biography describes him as a laboratory expert on high containment viruses, BSL-4, the same biosafety level of the Wuhan Institute of Virology facility working on bat coronaviruses. So that's a level 4. It's a infectious disease classification of how you have to be dressed, the air in the rooms, in the buildings, etc. So this building, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, has a level 4, and they're masked up, and I'm talking about real masks, like masks that actually work. The same biosafety level of the Wuhan Institute. Captain Jason Thomas, the biosurveillance coordinator at the CDC, along with Stuart Nickel, chief of molecular biology section of the special pathogens branch at the CDC, have also been listed as alliance partners with EcoHealth since April 2015. All aforementioned federal officials are still listed as EcoHealth Alliance partners. classified as science and policy advisors at the time of publication. Among the group's other advisors is the Deputy Director for Surveillance and Epidemiology at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and World Health Organization officials. Cui bono? Who benefits? And here they all are. It's a little bit lighter. I wonder if we can make that darker, but okay. Let me see something here. It's hard to see. So, I mean, does it get any clearer than this? I mean, can we make it any more clearer that this was, you know, and you guys were talking about my my show, or you weren't talking about it, but maybe it was one of the ones you saw. Was May of 2019 when I was in the storm and I got soaking wet. That I dropped that last weekend. I was talking about the jab that they put forth with the fake measles pandemic that started at Disneyland. And then they forced the vaccination. They made it such a huge thing, and so that was when the Pan, who's a senator from California, he basically put forth a bill of which he had been funded over $100,000 by the pharmaceutical companies, and he put forth a bill that we had to that took away our medical exemption to these vaccines for our children. And I talked about how they're coming after the children and they're coming after us next. And they always do it through a fake pandemic. And the evidence is, the writing is on the wall. The evidence is there that the people that are telling us we have to wear a mask, the people that are telling us we have to get vaccinated, are the same fucking people that created this virus in the Wuhan lab to the benefit of the Chinese Communist Party, who were getting suffocated by President Trump's negotiations for fair trade, real fair trade. President Trump is the first modern day president to hold China to the carpet for real free trade. But that was going to be too devastating for China. Trump also took the port control away from China as well, if you remember that. And so what are we getting instead? We're getting capitulation to China. We're getting consumer prices soaring 6.2%, the fastest rate of inflation since 1990. This man should not even be in the same room as a bust of Robert Kennedy. A bust of Robert Kennedy would lead this country better than this man has. It's tragic. It's the worst inflation since 1990. Okay? How you liking Biden now, liberals? Huh? This guy, his name is Dr. Ronnie Jackson, okay? Dr. Ronnie Jackson was the doctor for former presidents, including the Bushes and also President Obama, okay? He's a Navy doctor. He was George W. Bush and then Trump administration as well as for Obama. So he said, okay, that he thought that Biden should get a test done, a mental cognitive test. And when he did that, Obama sent him an email and he said it was scathing and he just tore me up, okay? Jackson told House colleague Representative Jim Banks, Republican of Indiana, during a podcast this week, noting that Obama accused him of being disloyal simply for saying that maybe President Biden should undergo a cognitive test, or not maybe, but he should. Obama wrote an entire page of how disappointed he was in me and how it's beneath me as a physician and beneath me as an officer in the military to be attacking Joe Biden like this. And it was a betrayal of the trust that he and his administration put in me, and he was so disappointed in me, and yada, yada. Okay? It was unbelievable. All I know is that he's got age-related cognitive decline, right? Jackson noted further regarding his assessment of Biden's current medical status. He is not mentally fit right now. He's 78 years old, and you can see it. You don't need to be a physician to look at him and look at his behavior and some of the other stuff, just the way he shuffles around away, stares off into space. I know what the job entails, both physically and mentally, and how demanding it is. And I can tell you right now, I'm 100% sure that Joe Biden is incapable of doing that job, Jackson added. Okay? So he's been calling for him to undergo a mental test for months. Okay? I think he's demonstrating every single day that there is something going on, he told Fox News back in July. He's just not aging gracefully at this point, okay? You can go back. There's 40 years of tape on this man. He's always made gaffes and stuff, but these are different. He's confused. He's disoriented, he said. We all know people who are 100 years old who are basically sharp as a tack, and we know people in their mid-60s that are having cognitive difficulties, and I think he's on that end of the spectrum. Yeah. So just take the test. Just take a cognitive test. We saw that reaction a while ago. I don't know if you remember that, but let me see if I can find it, because it's really. Oh, this was it. Here we go.
A cognitive test.
No, I haven't taken the test.
You remember this?
Have you taken a cognitive test?
No, I haven't taken the test. Why the hell would I take a test? Come on, man. That's like saying you, before you got in this program, you take a test where you're taking cocaine or not. What do you think, huh? Are you a junkie?
What do you say to President Trump, who brags about his test and makes your mental state an issue for voters?
Well, if he can't figure out the difference between an elephant and a lion, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Did you watch that? Look, come on, man. I know you're trying to goad me, but I mean, I'm so forward looking to have an opportunity to sit with the president or stand with the president in debates. There can be plenty of time. And by the way, as I joke with him, you know, I shouldn't say it. I'm going to say something I probably shouldn't say. Anyway, I am very willing to let the American public judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness. Judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness. My physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Public judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness. I probably shouldn't say. Anyway.
And by the way, I love how he stops himself from saying something that could potentially get him in trouble, but then he keeps talking and it gets him in trouble.
I am very willing to let the American public judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness.
Have you taken a
We did judge your physical and mental fitness, and we didn't vote for you, loser. But the deep state stole our votes away from us, and that's why we're just trying to get an audit. Why is asking for an audit a problem? If you won fair and square, you wouldn't have a problem with an audit.
Cognitive
No,
test.
I haven't taken a test. Why the hell would I take a test? Come on, man. That's like saying before you got in this program, you take a test where you're taking cocaine or not. What do you think, huh?
Well, I tell you, people that do, dangerous jobs like truck drivers and pilots, and flight attendants, and people that are interacting with people and putting the lives of people in their hands. They have to take drug tests. Yeah, they do take drug tests to make sure that they are mentally and physically capable of performing the functions they need to make sure that everybody stays safe. Wow. Yeah, like your son. How about your son's cocaine addiction? This is so fake I can't even tell you. Deep fake. Well, Todd, could this be better acted right now? Could this be? This they were trying to tell us all along that this guy is an asshat. Who said that? Is an asshat. You couldn't script that any better. You could not script that any better. So up on the Hill, we've got a little, some good things happening. By the way, Todd, I'm going to be ready for you here pretty soon, brother. We can do an early night tonight. So, so get ready. Get ready. Yeah, too much aluminum does cause Alzheimer's. They find high levels of aluminum. Winks of an Angel. Hi, my dad had dementia. He didn't even talk this bad. Yeah. His wife should be arrested for letting this go on. She doesn't have a choice, right? She's yeah, he does speak a lot about cocaine, doesn't he, Christy? Yeah. Yeah, Alzheimer's, they become very mean and combative, don't they, Deborah? Yeah. Yep. Every 2 years, full physical as well, right? Yeah, that's not the real Biden. We called that a long time ago. And Todd got kicked. Him and Cindy got them kicked off for using the DEEPFAKE words, talking about these people. So still not back on. Still terminated from Twitter. Facebook might be forced to offer algorithm-free option under new bipartisan bill. Okay? So basically algorithm-free so they can't, like shadow ban us and the whole bit. The measure, dubbed the Filter Bubble Transparency Act in the House, would make platforms with more than 1 million users and $50 million in annual revenue notify users of algorithm usage and allow users to determine settings. Representative David Cicilline, Democrat from Rhode Island, Ken Buck, Republican, John Thune, Republican, Blumenthal, Democrat, Moran, Republican, Blackburn, Republican, and Warner, Democrat, introduced the bill in the Senate. Look, that's bipartisanship right there, folks. When you can get the Dems and the Republicans to agree, this is something that needs to happen. Or if these were rhinos, you would see that they're doing it on purpose. But, in terms to manipulate us. But this is the first major step that could really hamstring Zuckerberg. Now, do I think he should be thrown in prison and Gitmo and for his election interference and both with Facebook and his money that he's donated to all the election nonsense? Yes, I do. But this is at least these cowards on Capitol Hill doing something. It will bring more transparency and accountability while giving consumers more control of their online experience. When individuals log onto a website, they are not expecting the platform to have chosen for them what information is most important, Blackburn said in a statement. Algorithms directly influence what content users see first, in turn shaping their worldview. This legislation would give consumers a choice to decide whether they want to use the algorithm or view content in the order it was posted. So, former Facebook employee and whistleblower Frances Haugen has been a vocal part of the motivation behind the legislation. Now, this is where it gets interesting because, she was seen as a wanting to increase censorship, right? So they could change these algorithms, right? And also, it's also the toxicity for young girls. Which is that's what was exposed. Now, Haugen, was she the one that called for more censorship, or was she the one that just talked about the 14-year-old girls that are committing suicide? I can't remember which was which. Could you guys give me that heads up, please? And of course, Instagram is owned by Facebook, right? So this destructive impact of social media on society. She cited ethnic violence in Myanmar and Ethiopia, suggesting that there's a link between Facebook activity and violence in the regions. The social media platforms' algorithms facilitate hate, Haugen said, and therefore put profit before user safety. Let's see. Let me see. Anastasia. I heard they found Big Bird taking a shit in Nancy's bird bath. That's great. Yeah, bring on Truth Social. Okay, Peter, thank you. She was the one on 60 Minutes, right? So there's an example where they're giving us good information that we should have, but then utilizing that information, right? To further take our rights away. So we're going to see where this goes, but certainly the algorithms are harming us and shadow banning us in the whole bit. Now, the Rittenhouse case, okay? Everyone should really see this, right? But I want to just point out a few things here, okay? That first of all, Rittenhouse was sworn in, okay? He told the whole story and how it all broke down. And when they got to what he actually did, sorry, there's, I think this is I don't know what happened here. Oh, it's just an ad. Okay, so when they get to this story,
I did not.
Had you ever spoken to any of them?
No.
And
he
when you were there,
when they're talking about what actually went down.
Yes, the plan was to.
And before he fired
with Mr. Zaminsky.
He breaks down, and I know you guys saw this, and I'm not going to show all of it because this young man has been scarred for life by what he had to do on that particular day.
There's talk about you being an EMT.
Not until later in the year.
And
I believe that's. Conversation went correct. One of them were and ambushed me.
Okay, I'll get to that. Did you run the whole way?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Approach to car source number.
They had to.
I stepped towards the Duramax and
take a break.
As I'm stepping forward,
because he got so emotional.
I believe his name is now Joshua Zaminsky. He steps towards me with a pistol in his hand, and as I'm walking towards to put out the fire, I drop the fire extinguisher and I take a step back.
Okay. When you step back from Mr. Zaminsky, what's your plan?
My plan is to get out of that situation and go back north down Sheridan Road to where the car source lot number 2 was.
And did you get back were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I wasn't.
Describe what happens.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder, and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side, and I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were three people right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
The reason I show that, God bless this young man. You know, we see these movies, we see these killings, we see these video games. We experience them all, so much so that we are desensitized to the killing and the murders that go on. And I have actually experienced this myself from a standpoint of I didn't realize that I was so desensitized. And when I took myself away from violent imagery, you know, video games, took myself away from movies, and I took a break from violent imagery, and then I went back to it, it was devastating. It was like, oh my God, that's what I've been watching. And we become desensitized to it. And so people will make jokes about Kyle Rittenhouse. They'll say, oh, he's Joe Biden called him a white supremacist. Joe Biden tweeted, and in his tweet, the candidate for the presidency of the United States, a 47-year veteran employee of ours in the U.S. Senate, tweeted and showed a video of him as a white supremacist. And so you've got people tweeting, things flippantly about this young man, Kyle Rittenhouse, okay? And what we're watching here is called post-traumatic stress disorder. And I'm not an expert in this. But shooting another human being and taking the life of another human being, this young man may never get over that. You don't buy a gun if you're a responsible citizen, if you're a responsible human being. You don't buy a gun so that you can kill somebody. You buy a gun to keep yourself from being killed. And that's what this young man did, and that's why he had a gun on him that day, as he was trying to help people with his medic pack, as he was trying to help people by putting out a fire. And he acted in self-defense. And the fact that this burning and looting and all was going on is the direct responsibility of the leadership of Kenosha, just like me getting sucker punched in Santa Monica is a direct responsibility of the leadership of Santa Monica, California, just like Seattle and Portland and all these areas that had burnings and fires and violence and murders are the responsibility of the people who run those cities and are responsible for our well-being in those cities that stood down and allowed BLM and Antifa to do the things that they did. This young man, although he put himself in this situation, his father lived in that town, by the way. Okay, so this is not like it was, he crossed state lines, right? And he shouldn't have been there. No, this was part of his home as well. Okay, borders are just imaginary lines on a map, says the NPCers. Okay, non-player characters. He crossed state lines. Right? They use this languaging when it serves them. So this young man is absolutely devastated, reliving this event in his life. This will probably affect his life and the lives of his children because of how, if he has children someday, hopefully he didn't get vaccinated and sterilized as per the genocidal New World Order plan for this COVID vaccine. And he'll have children someday. And what's wrong with daddy, mommy? Oh, honey, he's just, he has to take some time, or he has to see a doctor, he has to take medication. This man is scarred for the rest of his life. And you ask yourself, well, at least he's still living, whereas the people killed are not still living. Well, that's what self-defense looks like. It was either him or them. But it doesn't make it any easier to take another life. To take another human's life is devastating to the human soul, and that's why when we say thank you, 246 years of service of the U.S. Marine Corps today for their anniversary, and we say thank you to our veterans tonight and tomorrow for the service that you provided humanity, whether it was in an unjust war or whether it was a false flag driven war or not, you stepped up. And I thank you. I thank my dad. I thank all the vets in the audience here. People have PTSD from these wars. So our veterans are suffering from PTSD. Why? Because they, like this young man, took another human being's life or saw other human beings' lives being squelched and snuffed out. And yeah, I agree. Miko, I agree. He should be proud of himself, but he still can't. To get over this is just absolutely tragic. And by the way, folks, I've directed actors. I've been an actor myself in movies. This is not acting. This is not the kind of acting that Barack Obama does, by pretending that he's crying and wipes away nothing, or the type of acting that Bill Clinton does when he is going to a funeral and laughing and chucking it up and then realizing that press is there and he acts all somber and then pretends to wipe tears away. This is not acting. You can't do this kind of a performance. It's very, very rare that somebody could pull off this kind of a performance. Certainly not a young man who's never acted and never done this. This is real. This is real life. This is a real experience. And you have this cocksucker of a lawyer who's trying to take advantage of the situation and gets called out by the judge.
That made it okay for you, without any advance notice, to bring this matter before the jury. I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
So this lawyer is obviously losing because his main witness was the kid who got his arm blown off, his bicep blown off, right? And he basically said that Kyle didn't fire at me until I pointed my gun at him. Basically proves that was in self-defense, right? But this is that was a prosecutor. Yeah. Great judge. Yeah, the judge is really, keeping it on, right? Yeah. Anastasia, I raised 3 boys. Watching a male teen sob from fear will rip out your heart like nothing else can. Yeah, it's just tragic. Yeah, and he exactly, Barbara, he has to relive it all over again. And just reliving that, it gives you PTSD. I saw this weekend in that movie, Capital Punishment, Simone Gold, who we love and cherish as one of the founder of Frontline Doctors, who has helped countless thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, definitely millions with her information. But in terms of directly with, sending ivermectin or HCQ prescriptions for them as part of Frontline Doctors. So she walked in the Capitol that day on the 6th because they had opened the doors and the police were on both sides and saying, yeah, come on in, come on in. So she walked in and she had a megahorn, and she, in the rotunda of the Capitol, she spoke out about, how her election was stolen and so forth, and very peaceful, very respectful, didn't steal anything, didn't burn anything like BLM or Antifa. And she retells the story of how she was sitting in her living room. She was actually interviewed in her living room, and she's sitting there in her living room, and there's a pound on the door, like really, really loud and aggressive. And she says, who is that? FBI. And she says, I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. And she didn't even stand up and turn towards the door before they had broken it down. They literally kicked down her door. And as she's retelling this story of sitting in her sacred home, on her sacred couch of her comfort of her own home, and she is violated in that way, which many of these people have been violated by the FBI and the DOJ in this way. And as she's telling the story, you can see her heart's palpitating. She's like, "Oh my gosh, I'm reliving this again." And I know she's not acting. And no lives were taken on that. She was just violated in her home. And then we see this young man having to relive this story is really quite humbling. Thank you, my dear. Look at this, folks. Huh? How about that Uber Eats? Right? Huh? Look at that. Folks, I know not everybody, I don't think Stu Peters eats during his show, okay? But I also don't know if Stu Peters goes from a day job to a 5-hour show every day or 4 nights a week. So I gotta fit the food in somewhere. So God bless you, Kyle Rittenhouse. God bless your mom. God bless your family and your friends for you having to go through this. And our hearts and our prayers go out to you. And it's just tragic what he has to go through again, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And James O'Keefe seemed to have that look in his eyes after what they did to him, right? Yeah, because they broke down, his door, right? We love that you eat dinner with us, Dave. Thank you. Yeah. So, wow. Yeah. So very tragic. I eat better than you do, Deborah. Good. I'll find a spot to eat, folks. Most of the time, like last night, I didn't eat until I went in the house, and that was very late because I just didn't have time. But okay, so I want to shift gears. Let me see. Yeah, just a couple more quick things here, and then I want to get Todd and Cindy on. I want to take you to this. I want to go back to the Travis Scott incident real quick because there's some significant connections being made. And so let me find that for you here. How we doing, folks? You guys all good? And let me get this. Let me pull this up. And I couldn't post this in the I couldn't post this in the show notes. Maybe I can. Maybe I can. Hold on a second. All right, let me show you this. Okay, this is from Melissa McDonald. Thank you, Melissa. And I will share it in Facebook, folks, so you can find it there under Paul Michaels, okay, or Melissa McDonald, okay. So let me share this with you, okay. This is a very important part of the story that we must continue. These are the 8 people who died, supposedly the only 8 that we've been told about at the Travis Scott concert. Okay, here we go.
The new single called Escape Plan the day of his Astroworld incident.
Let me back that up.
Okay, so Travis Scott released a new single called Escape Plan the day of his Astroworld incident. You can see here in the music video that he's wearing a Pearl Jam t-shirt, but something that stood out to me was the subtleness of the shirt. Like, it looks like he's trying to hide it. I slowed it down here so you could see the t-shirt. But I did some research on Pearl Jam, and I came across the Roskilde tragedy. There was 50K fans waiting to see Pearl Jam. There was also 50K fans waiting to see Travis Scott. 8 people died at the Roskilde tragedy, and 8 people died at the Astroworld Festival. The Roskilde tragedy happened in the year 2000. This is where things start to get real crazy, though. Check out Pearl Jam's artwork on their merch from their 2000 tour. But this shit is crazy to me because the number 8 plays such a big role in all of this, and I'm not really sure how. Look at the eyeball in the center, okay? And then, boom, eyeball right there. Wait for it to zoom out. Damn, that's 8 flames coming off the stage right there. Mind you, his set only looked like this while he was performing his new song, Escape Plan. All of this ties in. Okay, so Travis Scott released a new single called Escape Plan the day of his Astroworld incident.
Okay, so there's something to I need to talk about here. All right, so obviously very symbolism will be their downfall, absolutely, Ann, right? And the all-seeing eye. 8 equals new beginnings, yep. So, yeah, never a coincidence. How many coincidences, right, before it's mathematically impossible, which goes back to Q, right? There's so much wisdom in Q, folks. We just need to know how to look for it. And that's why Todd, excuse me, and I spend so much time on it, right? So, and 2 in the hospital that are critical. Is that, yeah? Okay. So, Betsy, sorry I missed this the other day. You know, I can't imagine how I missed that. Also, meta equals 8, Serendubious, yes. And so this is, yeah, it's a sideways meta, right? It's the infinity, right? So 8 meta, 8 dead, right? Meta in Hebrew is dead. Okay, that means dead, right? And so, but here's what's interesting in the Princess Slave movie. right, with Liz Crokin in the Princess Slave movie, they talk about Lou, what's her last name? I was talking about her the other night. They talk about her and how she tried to force Courtney Love to give up Nirvana's information, right? And so she's also in control. She controlled this concert. Lou Taylor, thank you, Cindy Ann, thank you, Taylor. So this is Lou Taylor's fingerprints are all over what's going on here. Okay, from Pearl Jam to Nirvana to Courtney Love, to this Astro World, to Britney's conservatorship, the whole bit, right? So please, dig into her, Lou Taylor TriStar, right? TriStar, the pyramid, right? So look into her, folks, please, and send me what you find. This is what. There was an inverted Kendall. There was an inverted cross that was going right into the mouth of the devil, right? So at any rate, this is keep an eye out for this, and please send what you guys find on this. This is pretty important dig, I think. Okay, and I will post that on Paul Michaels. I don't know if you guys had already done that and tagged me, so forgive me if I missed that one. But I just happened to see Melissa's today, and so I'm going to share that. I don't think I can. How do I do that? All right, I'll figure it out. Hold on. Here we go. I'll just drop the link in the show notes, okay? Let me do that right here, and there it goes. That should work, okay? YouTube is going to remove all the dislike, the thumbs down. This is completely driven by what's happening to Biden, right? And what's happening to the deep state. And so they're literally, trying to get rid of that, and or they're going to get rid of that because we're destroying them, right? Okay. But so let me also take you to the Ashley Biden diary. Is obviously the FBI's involvement in this theft is obviously doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Let me play this for you.
Constitutional law expert and Fox News contributor Jonathan Turley. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
So, in your opinion, does the FBI have authority to do this raid? Was there enough evidence of a crime that was committed to have them take that kind of action?
Well, that's the curious aspect of this story. I wrote on my blog that there are 5 questions that need to be answered, and they're serious questions. A lot of people are critical of Project Veritas, but it meets the definition of a journalistic organization. It does many of the things journalistic organizations do. And the question is, why is this a federal crime? This is a missing diary that some people say was left in a room. President Biden's daughter says it was stolen. But why isn't it a state offense as opposed to a federal investigation? Also, this is occurring long after the loss of this diary. Has this investigation been going on since the start of the administration? All those questions are still unanswered, and they need to be answered. I mean, the investigation is not a secret. They can answer these questions. But it also brings up memories of how the FBI has intervened in the past for Biden family members. The FBI reportedly responded when Hunter Biden's handgun was tossed away behind a restaurant. And a lot of people asked at that time, why would the FBI, this is when President Biden was vice president, why would the FBI be involved in that if that's true? This is not the Fetch-It Bureau for first families. And it does raise questions about the promise made by the Biden administration that it was going to be more careful with dealing with media figures. If you recall, not long ago, Tucker Carlson was unmasked in what turned out to be surveillance. Other media figures were also involved in related stories. The Biden administration promised that they had a whole new set of policies to make sure this wouldn't happen again. Where are those policies now?
Well, turning back to the diary itself, what is the possible impact of the DOJ, setting their sights on journalists? And you alluded to this a little bit, but is there any difference between Project Veritas, which is known for some of its guerrilla journalism techniques and has faced criticism that it's more of a political operation than a press organization? Is there any difference there?
Well, this is part of the controversy also with Julian Assange. How do you define a journalist? And there are good faith arguments that Project Veritas is more political than journalistic. They insist they are journalistic, but what they do is often indistinguishable in terms of receiving whistleblower information or material that was taken from another source. The New York Times gets information all the time from agencies, businesses that were taken from those areas without approval. And so the question here is, why would the FBI be coming in on this? Project Veritas said it didn't run the information and notified local enforcement. And so there is a legitimate concern when the FBI becomes involved in this type of story as to whether it is going outside those navigational beacons that we use to judge whether they're acting independently.
It's a curious story to follow. I'm certainly interested in seeing how it all turns out. Jonathan Turley, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for a voice of sanity there, Jonathan Turley, on this whole situation and this whole awakening. So, Todd, Cindy, why don't you guys call in? I want to just got a few more things that I'm going to do, but would love to have you guys here. Jeff Bezos buys a $78 million
Amazon founder
mansion.
Jeff Bezos is so concerned by sea level rises caused by climate change. He's bought a $78 million beach mansion located right next to the sea. Here's a look at Bezos' new secluded estate, which spans over 14 acres and is located on La Perouse Bay on Valley Isle in Maui, Hawaii. Bezos recently arrived via private jet at the COP26 conference in Glasgow, where sea level rises caused by man-made global warming are a centerpiece of discussion. Tuvalu's foreign minister is so concerned about sea level rises, he recorded a speech for the conference knee-deep in seawater. According to Professor Mark Maslin, Bezos' new mansion could be underwater in 20 years. Scientists also say that climate change is going to increase volcanic eruptions, which is presumably why Bezos has also chosen to live in a property near a volcano that's 8 times larger than the Empire State Building. Not content with buying one house on the ocean, Bezos is actively trying to purchase more property on the island. Here's a question. Why is one of the smartest businessmen alive spending $78 million on a property that could be underwater in 20 years? Either he's really confident that these sea level rises can be rolled back within 2 decades, or he secretly thinks it's all a crock of shit. Because it is. Why do you think Al Gore released a documentary about drowning polar bears and then bought an ocean view villa in California? Maybe Bezos has as much confidence in the accuracy of sea level rise predictions as he did in Al Gore's 2007 proclamation that summer in the North Pole would be ice-free by 2013. It wasn't, and it still isn't. So keep eating the bugs, keep restricting your family holidays, and keep avoiding hot baths. Because Bezos and his billionaire buddies will keep lecturing you about your behaviour while they continue to live in opulent oceanfront luxury.
Yes, and my friends, Paul Joseph Watson. I haven't shared enough of Paul Joseph Watson with you. He got his start with InfoWars, and English dude who does some great stuff. So thank you, Paul, for all your years and all your great work. And by the way, Paul, I'm surprised you didn't say that Obama also bought an oceanfront estate and mansion to the tune of what, 16 million on Martha's Vineyard. Hello.
Hi there.
Hey,
Happy
Cindy.
Wednesday.
I'm doing well. How are you?
Happy Wednesday. I'm so excited that we actually have a Wednesday show. This is wild.
I know.
Hey, we call, you no answer.
You no
Why
answer.
you not answer phone?
We call.
You know answer? I know answer?
You no answer.
You no answer. You don't like us no more.
Was that, I wonder if it was because I was playing that video and I can't answer when I don't know. I've never tried to.
You no answer.
You no answer. You
I
don't
didn't.
like
I people calling in the middle of my movies. You know what I mean?
it. You told us to call.
You no answer.
I know answer. What's up, guys? How you doing?
Doing good.
Oh, I'm just watching the show, bro.
Come on, man. I mean, is there any more? Let's talk about real quick. Just talk about our show so far tonight, and how many examples, how many pieces of evidence that we just went over tonight that makes no sense in a real world, but certainly makes sense if they're trying to tell us something.
Well, if it's wakey time, yeah. I mean, these people need to get the sleep out of their eyes, because I think a lot of things are for us to awaken to, Dave. Including what they might be showing on TV, like a long matinee, like a movie today.
Which one? You talking about Rittenhouse or?
Yep.
How about that?
Well, I have a couple little thoughts about that.
I'd love to hear them.
There he goes, conspiracy theorist.
Yep, I'm putting my hat on right now. My tinfoil hat's getting ready to come on.
I'm losing Reynolds wrap. We're gonna have to talk that.
Reynolds wrap.
Well, they don't have to put aluminum into my deodorant, because I get plenty when I put it on my head.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
Not the
exactly. Yeah.
I don't know. This is just me spitballing here.
Sure.
And take it or leave it. Leave your coat on, take it off. Just absorb or don't absorb. Just think about it.
Okay.
But weren't we kind of told that, everything we see through the TV could be fake, like fake news?
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else think it's kind of amazing that in this atmosphere, and like I said, take it any way you want. This whole thing, I happen to be online. I happen to see this whole thing happen as Kyle was running through the crowd.
You were watching it in real time, weren't you?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
As much as I could. I was jumping feeds and I was finding other people that had different shots and everything, camera shots, not gun shots. So I got to see a lot that night, and then I got to review a lot that night, and it was just amazing to me, when you think about it. I mean, here you have a kid or child or a young man. I don't want to use kid anymore. And he's not a child, he's a young man who, goes to help a community. Actually, he's cleaning graffiti off of, vandalized property. He's a scout. He's a firefighter trainee, EMT trainee.
Fine young man.
Kind of like the all-American kid. Worked at the Y as a lifeguard. Enjoys sport shooting with his friends. His friend has a gun and said, "Hey, could you get me one of those type of things? But I can't actually possess it until I'm 18. So could you hold it and we'll sport shoot together when I can, until I can own it."
Right.
But I mean, I got to tell you, I kind of got some alarm bells going off right now, and it might just be me. It might be me. I look at everything very, very critically at this point.
Where are you saying, Todd, that you're not just wary Wednesday, you're wary every day?
I'm very, very wary.
Very wary.
Very wary.
Very wary.
Just like Afghanistan and the blow up plane and the people running and the guy texting on his cell phone on the wheel of the plane, and then the people jumping off of the flight supposedly, and all this stuff. I mean, really, Dave, think about the lesson that Q is trying to teach us. Think about how the mainstream media controls the narrative and controls everything that we see, everything that we digest as news, everything that outrages us, everything that makes us happy, unhappy. You know what I mean? It just, this thing, I got to tell you, it stinks. In my mind, it stinks. And I'll go out on a limb and say it doesn't make sense. I mean, if you were to write like a movie about an all-American kid, a kid trying to do right and being in the wrong place at the wrong time and with the gun and, and being put on trial, basically sacrificed by the system. I mean, you're looking at it in real time. And then you have the judge, you have the judge in the middle of the trial, knowing he's on TV, just ripping to shreds the prosecuting attorney, just ripping him to shreds. And I'm saying, in the situation, he deserved every bit of it.
Hey,
but,
dude, excuse me, I gotta let a cricket out. Hold on a second. Big ass cricket. Hold on.
Right in the middle of my story.
Dude, you keep going. You don't need me for this. I just want to let you know that I'm still hearing you.
Why you no listen?
You're gonna go eat, aren't you? You're gonna go shove some food in your mouth real quick. I don't hear any crickets.
I don't. It's a cricket or a praying mantis or something. I can't see it. Hold on. You keep going on.
You're lying, Dave.
Liar. This is supposed to be a truth cast.
Enjoy the show.
It's a cricket or a bird or a frog or something, but I got to go eat.
He's coming back with food. I guarantee it.
All right.
All right, Tesla.
Okay. So story time with Uncle Todd since Dave's gone.
Yeah, he's back already.
Dave's eating.
Tesla time.
I just am not quite swallowing anything I see off of a television set these days, and I mean that might put me on the edge of kind of a crazy thinker, but what I'm saying is everything has to come out in a certain way. There has to be, right now, Q says it's biblical. We're in the book of Revelations right now because they're revealing all of the crookedness, all of the things that don't make sense. My spidey senses are tingling on this, that something is wrong with this picture, with this whole story, with everything. A lot of it does. I mean, I understand that he wanted to go there to help, and he wanted to be like a medic, and he wanted to guard the property, and he could only have an AR-15. He couldn't have a handgun because of the laws, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me on other things. Like, why is a guy attacking a guy with an AR-15 with a skateboard? People, and I realize that, that could be MK Ultra, that could be all kinds of things. It could be Project Monarch. It could be, they were activated. The one guy that he shot was a convicted pedophile. Oh, you went out in the yard and got that one?
He was on the door. He's kind of cool.
Is that out of your daughter's little pet carriers or?
No.
Oh man, the turtle's not going to get to eat tonight.
Oh man,
he's a little camera shy.
Okay, so let's just say that I'm not going in all in on this this story that's being sold to us by mainstream media, and you know, you have to go all the way back to what television really does.
Yeah.
Television is their greatest control mechanism over us, I believe. And that's how they've indoctrinated so many people all at once, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
So why in the hell would you believe anything that you see on television?
Well, I think that what was his TikTok account? It's like trying to get some hoes or something.
Yeah, whore, something. Yeah,
Whores, four whores and four doors.
4 doors and 4 whores or something. Yeah.
Yeah. I think if I was writing that script, I wouldn't have the All American Boy have a TikTok account that had 4 whores and 4 doors.
Well, unless you were trying to make it look like you weren't going to make him the All-American Boy that you were making him out to be, because then you have to throw that in. That's called a twist or a zinger, or unexpected thing.
It makes it a little more real that he's not just this little opie character.
Right. And that is funny that you said that. Because you know what I thought about the whole time I was watching that, Dave?
Ron Howard?
Matlock.
I never watched Matlock. I like him.
You're saying that you're Matlock?
I watched Matlock every episode. My parents used to sit me down and make me watch Matlock, and that's why I don't believe anything I see in a trial now. Because
now it makes sense.
They always, at the beginning, they always made the person either look totally guilty or totally innocent, and then they flipped it at the end and went, aha, but this happened, and it was like, it was the way it was argued out, it was the way the show was made and intended, that you got to the point where you were like, oh, well, whoever looks the least guilty is always the one that did it.
Right.
Because that had to be the big twist. So I got pretty good at calling out, like, even in other movies and stuff, the person that you'd least likely expect would always be the killer, It's kind of like, that's just how I grew up, is picking out, who did it in a whodunit movie. Oh, so now that you've opened the door to Matlock, I remembered there were Q drops that related to Matlock, and I've posted on them before.
Okay. So
you might take a little look.
Okay. So my thought on that, unless you want me to reserve judgment until after the drops.
Well, you can give your opinion before you see the drops, because I'm just saying, if we're not accepting Afghanistan and we're not accepting
I get that.
the narrative of January 20,
yeah,
and we're not accepting the narrative of January 6th, then why in the hell do we accept anything that the mainstream media, which has been called fake news,
right?
I mean, that's the biggest label that ever came out of Trump's mouth.
Well, so this is such an important conversation because nothing makes sense. So the fact that we're challenging it, like we're questioning it, right? And the conversation you and I had a while back when you first presented your theory about it being fake. Fake in the sense that, we are watching a movie, they've been in control for a while, and how else could this work? All right.
The theory that the whole thing is fake? Yes.
Yeah. The theory that the people we're watching aren't who we think they are, and the whole thing being fake, right? In other words, the white hats controlling like Pelosi and all these people.
Right. Yep. Okay. It's one big complete psyop.
Yeah. That was so you were talking about that a long time ago.
Yep.
So this is an important conversation to have, because if we're looking at the whole picture, right? we're trying to discern, what's really going on here, then you got to look at it from different angles, right? You got to look at it from different scenarios, top down, bottom up, this side, turn it inside out, turn it on its head, then look at it.
Yeah, that's the lesson. We can't just accept what we see and not question it.
And ask the question, cui bono, who benefits from what I'm watching, what I'm seeing here, right? So there's a lot of things that I'm seeing that I think are a part of the movie that are scripted. And then there are a lot of things that I'm seeing that are just commonsensical things that I'm seeing that I don't necessarily think are scripted, but are naturally unveiling and exposing those who would try to make it fit their narrative. And so in the case of Rittenhouse, right? Like, for example, what do I think was scripted about Kenosha? What do I think was scripted about what I experienced in Santa Monica? I was just talking to Nancy about Santa Monica today because she didn't know about that. And so Santa Monica, I think without a question, and Kenosha and all these places without question, were told that Antifa and BLM were told, listen, we have control over the police department in these areas. Go do your thing, and then we'll let chaos ensue, right? And so you're emboldening these groups. So they stood down and they allowed these riots to happen. They allowed the fires to be set. They allowed the fights to happen. They allowed the murders to happen, right? The police literally stood down.
Just for further verification, when we get to where I went, who didn't enforce the law? Who was responsible, say, in this case?
The Kenosha police.
They got an order. They got an order from someone.
Yeah.
From who leads the Kenosha police?
Let it happen.
From
the deep state down, for all the same people.
But specifically, the order came from one person who runs a city.
Mayor.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just keep that in your memory bank when we go down my dives.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So it starts with the mayor, then it goes down, because the mayor controls the city and the police and so forth, right? So they were told to stand down, and the Antifa and BLM were told where they were told to stand down, so that basically the Antifa, and we exposed this as well, is that Antifa were being told, you won't be arrested.
Yep.
And BLM, you won't be arrested because we have control over these cities. But if you are arrested,
they were being paid to do it too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And being paid to do it. Thank you for adding that. And if you are arrested, don't worry, we're going to get you out right away.
And Kamala said, no problem, we'll do that.
Kamala funded it because their funding was going through BLM. Their funding was going through Black Lives Matter. Yes. Right into the pockets of Kamala and Biden's re-election or election campaign.
Yep.
And so then they got tired of paying to bail people out. So some of the mayors, like de Blasio, said, oh, we're going to have a no cash bail.
Just got rid of it, right?
Just got rid of it because they were like, hey, we don't have to spend this money. All we got to do is write a law.
Yep. Well, make a mental note of that.
Okay. So now you have these situations where they're going to naturally happen. And because you can only script so much, right? Like, for example, could they have scripted the whole thing with Kyle? Kind of hard to show a bicep exploding the way that dude's did, that's kind of hard to script that perfectly. You know what I mean?
Did you actually see it?
I did see a picture of it, and it looked pretty nasty.
Mm-hmm. But did you see it in the video where the guy comes running back and he says he's yelling medic, medic, and they wrap his arm up. I mean, that guy, knowing the damage that was done, the pictures I saw,
yeah,
most people, and having a brother that had basically a traumatic arm injury, that hearing from the doctor himself that 99% of the people on the planet lay down when they get, if you got your bicep blown off and you were bleeding that heavily, you would 99, by the words of the attending physician that worked on my brother first thing in St. Louis, he said, "What kind of a guy are we dealing with here?" And I said, and that's after he'd handed me the bag with my brother's bloody belt with teeth marks that looked like a dog had been biting on it.
Because he did his own tourniquet. He
did a tourniquet, and as soon as I got to the hospital, the doctor was coming out, and he brought that bag, he brought that belt, and it looked like a Labrador had been chewing on it for a week. And I said, and he said, "What kind of guy are we dealing with here?" And I said, "Doc, he got himself this far. You get him out of here." And he turned around and went back to work. He said, "That's all I needed to know," as he was walking away, because he didn't know whether to put the effort in to try to save him, because he knew how terminal his injuries were and what a fighter he'd have to be dealing with in order to even put the effort in.
Right.
And so it was a temperature check to see what the family would say, And I said, he got himself this far, then you get him out of here. And it was funny because his face, you could tell by his face, he said, "All right." And he turned around and went back to work. And, over a month later, he was at least out, having gone through many death experiences, sepsis, choking on the tube down his throat, and just unbelievable stuff that he went through to survive. I mean, it's a miracle. But
yeah.
Anyway,
all right. So you're questioning and challenging this guy. Now, somebody said here earlier, and I'm sorry I missed who said it. I said, not everything's a conspiracy, Todd, right? But here's the reason why this is such an important conversation, and why I'm going to just, after I say my piece, I'm going to step out of the way so that you can finish this path. Because, most of us didn't know that almost everything is a conspiracy before we awakened, right?
7 out of 10 plane crashes.
7 out of 10 plane crashes. How many people knew that, right? And so it's like, okay, well, every time you close a door, well, not everything's a conspiracy, this is real, or that, it's like it's very limiting in our thought processes.
Where do you draw the line?
Exactly, right? So, okay, well, let's, and I've always said this. I said, if you think everything's a conspiracy, you're wrong. If you think nothing's a conspiracy, you're wrong. And and then I'd say it's somewhere in the middle, but it's not really in the middle, because there's far more conspiracies to control everything than we ever thought possible. And now we're being awakened to all of those. So we've got to remain open and understand that for the most part, most things are a conspiracy, because the people that run the planet are the ones that run the conspiracies in order to control us. So
you're looking through the windows that they're allowing you to see what they want you to see, whether it's white hats or black hats or whoever's in control now. And you can play the game on either side. But, let's go back to George Floyd. Everybody thought that's real.
That was in the street. That was in the street. People were witnessing it, right?
Really, 9/11. I mean, you think they couldn't pull off something like this? What about all the video we saw early, under Trump's administration when they were flooding the border? and they were using the same crisis actors, and everybody
Yep.
had brand new Nikes and brand new shirts.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, what's the difference between, Lori says, what's the difference between a conspiracy theory and a conspiracy fact? About 6 months. You know, it's, you know, and people still think there were planes involved in 9/11.
Because they told them there were, and they saw
Yep.
the videos, and
Yep.
and even the people that immediately said, I heard explosion after explosion, boom, 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 boom,
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
You know, they changed their tune because and Q just told us this a couple weeks ago, that, you know, you want to run with the herd. You don't want to be the one on the outside going, no, 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 it's this. This is how it really happened, because everybody's going to look at you, and you've got to be strong enough to stand up for your opinion.
Right, right. Christy Blackburn says Lynn Wood was Kyle's attorney from day one, then hired $1 million defense team later. He had a direct link to white hat operations from the day it happened. That's a great point. I mean, it's kind of natural that Lynn would go from, you know, Sandman, and then onto you know, Kyle. So let me continue down my thought process, and that is that when you create chaos, you know shit's going to go down, and you're actually instigating it and allowing it to happen. Then you just sit back and you wait for the chaos to unfold, and then you pick out the pieces of the chaos that fit your narrative. Sometimes, like in the case of this Kyle Rittenhouse situation, they're trying to pick out the pieces of the narrative, but it's backfiring, literally and figuratively, with the gunfire, because they want it to be a gun control issue. But in actuality, this is an operation, this is a story that benefits the Second Amendment, that benefits, you know, self-defense, that benefits the part of America that I want to be a part of, and the Snedheads want to be a part of, and you know, just get it down. So when I'm watching this kid Kyle, this young man, break down like he did, I don't think that that's acting. I think he really experienced that. But I'm open to being completely wrong. So make me wrong,
and
my
I am
friend.
too in my position, Dave.
I know.
You know,
That's why
I'm
this conversation is so important.
I'm not telling anyone how to think or what to think. All I'm saying is look at it from every position, every angle, and
Challenge
wonder
it.
why
Yeah.
do they have every camera angle covered? They've got drones. They've got, you know, it's like the most televised event. And then one of the questions was, well, Mr. Rittenhouse, why did you turn yourself in? And it's like, God, there was, you know, 3 hours of footage of who did it. It was going to take him 5 minutes to figure out who he was. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, his face was plastered everywhere. He did interviews. He did an interview with the Daily Wire.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and it's just, I have questions about it, so I went to the Q drops to try to see if maybe there was anything in there that might give a hint that, you know, like it did with Afghanistan, like it's done with 9/11.
Yeah.
You know, we did our own investigation on George Floyd. God, we did that for 6 weeks, I think. And,
Well,
and we
dude,
found
yeah.
all
And
kinds-
how about them tossing the, you know, the damn
Oh,
coffin
what
up
about
and down?
the dummy, the you know,
Yeah.
that they practiced CPR on the dummy. The dummy looked like him, and George Floyd was on Barack Obama's website a week before.
Yep.
I mean, what are the odds of that? I mean,
Yep.
we're living in some kind of a controlled, you know, information environment and we'll find out.
Hey, George says, friends and family think I am nuts. I always say, what if? And so I want to, if we can, imagine that we're checking our coats again. Like, I left this on. It's getting warm in here. Let me take this off. Let me go check it with my coat. let's check all the ego. Let's check all the preconceived notions, because here's the problem. Let's say Todd's idea is absolutely insane and crazy, and he's a lunatic. Okay. All right. So, but here's the thing. Obviously, there's already built up trust there, and we know Todd, and I've known Todd for 40 years, and so it's not like he's coming in fresh. But here's the thing. Our knee-jerk reaction to something that challenges our present belief system is meant to protect our ego.
Yep.
Because our ego doesn't like change, especially a kind of change where somebody is right and I'm wrong. So that's the ego protecting us in that moment. So we first go to, oh, what a nutcase. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. And we use taglines and we use words and we use behavior that has actually been brainwashed into us.
Yep. We use CIA terminology
to shut you down, Todd. Todd,
Yep.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're out of your mind. Not everything's a conspiracy. What are you smoking over there in Spring Patch? What do you all these things that are meant to discredit that person who may have a different opinion of us, or a different theory, or a different way of looking at things, and protect my fragile ego, which cannot be harmed. And certainly, Todd, David Snedeker cannot be wrong in front of 1,713 people. So because that'd be fucking embarrassing, right? Okay. So
the funny thing is, Dave, the deeper and farther we go with this experiment that we're living, is I don't care if I'm wrong.
I don't either. Yeah.
I don't. And I'm saying, I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm not selling anything. I'm not pushing anything. And I'm just saying that I get a feeling that there's something not right here, and I'm trusting my gut.
Yeah.
And I think that's intuition. And I think that we're supposed to be tapping into things that are on a higher plane when you can't be afraid to be wrong. Otherwise you'll never think out of the box. You'll just go, well, that's what my teacher told me, so that's what it is. You'll just become the robot that they want you to be.
We did cover the Obama and Floyd website in a previous episode when Obama had the website up and it had Floyd, and Q proved that was,
They had an unchangeable date timestamp on it. It was a week before George Floyd ever made the news.
Yep, we covered that.
Yeah.
Yep. So now that we've got that covered, let's check our coats, open our mind, be kind, and let's go down. Let's go follow your theory, brother.
But Dave, before you even leave this, this is a really good lesson for like everyone, and it's not just because I'm thinking about it. It's just because it just kind of came to me that, this might be part of the awakening process where we're supposed to question everything very critically,
right?
Not accepting anything without, looking at it from every angle, like we said. But I think, if we're not to let this happen again to us, then we have to be a lot smarter than we were the first couple thousand years we've been on the planet, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna have to know when somebody's lying to us, or just trust our intuition that, something's not right here.
Yeah.
Because we've been given those abilities, but I think through poisoning, I think they've been, like they did to our pineal gland and everything they did to us. I think we've lost a lot of that intuition and that stuff that's beyond the physical that we should be paying attention to, that we're not tuned into it. because we were poisoned not to have that ability.
Exactly.
So,
You know, it's like they're already poisoning our mind with fluoride, with chlorine, with chemtrails, with aluminum, with mercury. These are neurotoxins. They're already poisoning our mind to make us dumber, to dumb us down, to make us slower, to make us more passive, right?
Yeah.
But the greatest control over the human mind is getting it to shut off. Think about that, okay?
Or you know, like you were talking about the ego, I think this is also a lesson on how to discuss information and how you know, the whole group, the whole 713 people, 1,713 people watching, you know, there only might be 5 that believe me right now, that are going, whoa, yeah, I can see that. And the other 1,700 might be sitting there going, what a whack job. But we're going to be you're allowing me to share my theory and my information. And I think, as you know, we see what it's like when like a platform takes you down for having an opinion or sharing information that you've found and controlling this information and basically making every argument one-sided, every discussion one-sided, because they're basically putting a boot on your mouth so that you can't say, you know, anything that somebody might actually believe. So it's kind of teaching us how to argue and communicate. You know, and like I said, whether I'm right or wrong, it doesn't even, like, I don't feel like I have any skin in the game, and I wouldn't be embarrassed if I was 100% off. But I'm just saying, you got to go through this process. So this is what I went through.
The process of challenging what we're seeing, the process of questioning and having intelligent, non-emotional dialogue around it is so vital. And Canadian says, just think, John Durham comes out with the indictments, Jen Psaki gets COVID, James O'Keefe gets raided, Newsom goes missing. I mean, it's like, what the hell is going on, man? Right? And
I mean, it's like that every day, though.
Yeah. And look at the narrative of the riots, right? Of what we experienced with George Floyd, and now George Floyd's, what was it, his nephew or his cousin that was going out and saying, and he was trying to dox the jury.
Yeah.
And it got snuffed right away.
Well, that's when I was kind of starting also to get my antennas raised a little bit. You know, this one-sided justice has been going on for a long time. You know, we sit there and we go, well, everybody knows he did this. Look at what Fauci did. Fauci started it. They funded it. They worked with the Chinese Communist Party and the world shut down because of what they did. And then it's like, oh, but nothing will ever happen to him. You know, and you're like, what? It's every subject.
Yep. You know,
but I think you're gonna be. I think you're gonna like this little dive, Dave. It's actually pretty cool.
Well, I love that we already have talked about so many of the conspiracy theories that we probably thought when we first heard it. No, that's no way. It's no way. What? Wait. Well, that's just coincidence. That's that. Oh, what? Oh, okay. All right. And it takes some time. It takes some time because so we have to, because we're being challenged. Our ego and our way of life and what we think is being challenged every step of the way. All right, let's go down this dive. So, and Chris says you have to show them. Of course, we talk about that all the time. You have to show them.
All the time. We say it, but do we live it?
Exactly. So they are showing us. So let's see what they're showing us.
So, and again, right before we do this, I just want to say, I think that even if the white hats are in complete control right now, what they're doing is teaching us lessons so that this will not happen again.
Right.
So that we won't turn on these little stupid boxes and believe everything because the little box told me so.
Right.
And so that's why I'm challenging this right now, just to see. And I just went back to our source for information to see what I might get. And it was weird because you went to Matlock, basically. Yeah, Ashley Babbitt. Yeah, we did the same thing on her.
Yep.
So I went to Matlock in the drops, and I had known about Matlock being in there because I was like, wow, that could come up, and if there's a big trial, and all of a sudden I turn on the news today, and oh, there it is.
Matlock, and there's 3 drops.
Yep.
Okay. So which one do you want to start with? And by the way, is there can we search Beretta too? Because that was my favorite.
Yeah, probably.
All right. You want to start with 482?
Yeah, let's start at the top and go through it. And
take it away.
We'll be going through the blue numbers, and I just want to point out one thing, Dave. Look at the blue numbers right now, and look at the common 23 in all 3 blue numbers.
Yeah, 23 in all 3 drops, blue numbers.
23. And then the other ones are in the 60s, and they're, it's just little things you notice.
Yeah, okay.
So this is January 6, 2018, and it was posted, It was posted, then it was reposted, and it was posted again, correct? It was posted 3 times in the same day. So
yes.
RR would go with either Ronald Reagan, thus Matlock, accepting Russia, getting out information Putin is working with us, with U.S., or Rod Rosenstein, Trump nominated state attorney. The lines are symbolic somehow, too stupid to decode. And then down below, it's papers with P_PERS. And then it says POTUS personal? ? So what I did, Dave, is I went to obviously the all paired up numbers. I went to 82, 81, 23, 72, 79, and 88.
Done.
You there?
Yeah. Done.
Okay. So
which one to go to? 80, 82?
Yeah, let's go straight across and get the original Matlocks out of the way.
Okay.
So
now you tell me. Okay.
I got to throw you a curveball, man. I was a pitcher.
I know, right? By the way, Pat Evans was joking, hey, is Todd real or is he just a troll? And then who was it that said that they saw you pitch at Florida and they were trying to pronounce your last name?
I hope it was one of my good games.
Yeah, how did he get pulled out of that game? How did he do? Yes, please chime in again so Todd can see who watched him pitch at Florida.
I'm not watching the chat, so you'll have to catch it. But
okay,
let's go to 474 mirrored number, and then go ahead and add 66 to your list. We've already got 23 right on everything.
Yeah.
And that's in the blue.
What was the other one?
Just 66. That's the new blue number.
And what was the other one other than 66?
That's the only one you have to add because 23 is in all of them.
Yeah, I thought you said another one too. Oh, it was
Nope.
Pam Hilton. Pam Hilton saw you pitch. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it was good. I'm more nervous about that than this dive, Dave.
Well,
because that can be really embarrassing when you're, when
either way, you're throwing curveballs.
I'm throwing something.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So let's go on with this. Okay. This is January 6, 2018. They divide, we conquer. Anticipated human nature. Anticipated interruptions by others. Matlock meant to become public. This is not a game. Now they talk about Code Monkey. Thank you for your identification verification. Code Monkey, how can a secure read-only board be set up whereby the message can be safely delivered? If a board was created, you verified ident, and control was with you, us. That would eliminate confusion as to identification authorization, correct? No mod management, only info dumps. Fact-finding, archiving, discussion, etc. can be done on a designated follow-up board. Message is all that matters. The Great Awakening. Time is severely limited. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So Matlock. Now they're talking about human nature and interruptions by others. I don't know if you watched that, but there was a lot in that trial, and it was a very public thing. It was on every station. So, that's just a little reference to go back to. Now we go to 460. So you'll have to add in the blue, Dave. 89 and 14.
Okay.
Okay, so 460 was January 4th, 2018, and it says JGO DX 2-8. Everything has meaning. Who is Matlock? Yes. RR out. P _ PERS in kill brackets. Executive order classified White House. And then it gives code SIGCON MAR 39 SUV. The same stuff we're always confused by. So now we should have all of our numbers that we need out of the blue. So now let's go back in chronological order of those, highest to lowest. But we also catch 1031, you'll see, is caught by, it's one of those accidental catches by putting in 88.
Right.
So let's go ahead and start with that. And at this point, I don't think I'm going to do timestamp differentials and all that stuff with all these. Because I think you'll see at the end what we were going for.
Okay.
This talks about deadly Thunderbird's crash marks 4th military aircraft incident this week. And we were just talking about how 7 out of 10 plane crashes, coincidences or silent war. Pray. Night 2. Cross-reference, and then you're supposed to cross-reference. We are under attack, Q43. War, Q43. WTF is going on. Dig, Patriots. And that was kind of a secondary catch.
Right.
But now let's go to 89, which is the graphic.
November 5th.
So we're back into the time deltas, 11/5, we know the poem and everything. So that's the graphic. Thank you, Anon. FBI military intelligence currently have open investigation into the Clinton Foundation. Why didn't Comey drop this? Who was the FBI director during the Haiti crisis? How many kids disappeared? How much money was sent to the Clinton Foundation under disguise of Haiti relief and actually went to Haiti? What countries donated big money to the Clinton Foundation? Saudi Arabia? Why is this relevant? Snow White. Now,
hold on.
November
Was that
5th.
Comey or Mueller? That was the FBI director under Haiti.
I thought it was Comey.
I think it is.
But you could be right. I mean,
let me just look up Comey.
I assumed it was Comey.
So he was, let's see. He was 2013 until May of 2017. And I think the Haiti was in earlier than that. Yeah, the 2010. So it was Mueller.
Wow. Dirty guy.
Because Mueller was
although there, he could be an actor in the play too.
Mueller FBI years. Robert Mueller. I looked up James Mueller. 2001 to 2013.
Yeah, he was there. Yeah, Comey wasn't there very long.
No. Okay. All right.
Okay, so 88. We've been seeing a lot of eights, a lot of eights.
Yeah. How about tonight? How about the Travis Scott thing?
Yeah, well, there's an 8 and there's an 8. And then we saw Meta, which was an 8, and we got the Infinity and all that. 8's been everywhere. And that, what is it to be like screwed behind the 8 ball? Everything with that is symbolic, and symbolism will be their downfall. The more symbols we see, I think the closer we are. But this
Anastasia says, do you know there's Major General Army recently served as Assistant Chief of Staff for Operations of United Nations Command, Major General Patrick Matlock. Huh. Okay, that's weird. All right, I had to add no, I don't need that. Okay. All right, that was interesting. I ran out of interview time.
I got bounced.
Yeah, I ran out of interview time. I had to buy more. So I had to just spend $15. So you better make this good.
This is good. It doesn't really get right to it, but we're into it now.
All right.
Okay, so 88 is very famous. 10 Days, Darkness, Scare Tactics, Mainstream Media, D's Falling. What are they doing right now? R's Walk Away Removed. Oh, we just had Adam Kinzinger from Illinois say he's not going to play anymore.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia, U.S., Asia, EU. Disinformation is real. Distractions are necessary. Focus was USA Today, while real happening in Saudi Arabia under same context. Military control, martial law, missile strike, rogue, etc. Necessary. POTUS's Twitter attack, see above. Important. Why is this relevant? What was the last tweet by POTUS prior to Saudi Arabia? Why is this relevant? Saudi Arabia 1, USA 2, USA 3, or Asia 3, EU 4. Where is POTUS? Why is this relevant? Military operations, operators in U.S., Snow White, The Great Awakening, Godfather 3. All right. Now, as we get further along, you'll start seeing stuff and hearing stuff that And
by the
look
way,
at the
military,
dates.
we got to be thinking military because of the anniversary of the Marines and Veterans Day tomorrow, 11/11.
Well, in the start and the end to
Yep.
World War One.
Yep.
At 11 a.m. and 11 p.m., I believe it was 11/11/11.
Yep.
Yeah.
The whole thing has been scripted.
Yep. So 82. This is remember the 5th of November. We're still going back down these same drops.
Yeah.
Repost things about that. Repost things need to be solved. Understand what is about to happen. Let's start with Alice in Wonderland. Hillary Clinton in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. Saudi Arabia, the Bloody Wonderland. We just were there.
Yeah, we're just here.
We're just right here again. When big news drops, please reread entire graphic. This is so critical in why information is provided in a certain order and why some topics are continually emphasized more than others, as those will be the recent happenings. This is the purpose of this new thread. Reorganize Snow White, Wizards and Warlocks.
So, by the way, on these two posts, right, it says here on 82, it says repost. Things need to be solved to understand what is about to happen. Well, that's what we do here, folks. We repost these drops every day. Like we come back to these drops and read them again and again and again and again as the news unlocks the map or the timestamps unlock the map. And then here on 81, this is the purpose of this new thread, reorganize. So we need to constantly be reorganizing and reposting because this, Q has said, you have everything you need, and we do. And it's right here in front of us. And that's why, we don't chase other pieces of information. We don't chase stuff here. We don't say we have intel, others don't. It's all on the Q board. It's all in the communications. All right.
Well, each Q drop is going to be a different context and a different time. So future proves the past is always happening because time's always moving forward. So that means tomorrow's news are going to lead us to different parts of this drop. And that's why when you get to the parts where it really starts getting specific to what I was talking about that started this whole thing, you'll see it wrap up at the end. You'll see why I was kind of like, whoa.
Right. Okay.
So,
and this all started by looking up Matlock.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was 82, Cat. The 82 and 81.
82, 81.
79.
Now we're to 79.
And these are the graphics of drops, previous drops. Get to popcorn Friday and Saturday. We'll deliver on the MAGA promise. POTUS knows he must clean house in order to free up, demonstrate who has authority in order to pass important legislation. This was always the priority. So going back, 11-3, 11-6, Podesta indicted, Huma indicted. By the way, did you see that drop last night that I did of W2 Cowboy? And 11-3 was 11 months, 3 days.
Yeah.
From the last Q post. So I thought that was pretty cool. So anyway.
Well, I told you, Dave, when I got my Christmas of last year's when I had my last personal a personal contact where I was wiped off all of my platforms, remember?
Right. Yep.
And the only one that I could even look at I could look at Twitter. I couldn't get on any other one. Well, it was Cowboy W2B Todd.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
It was a personal. I've never seen Cowboy W2B
use a name
Todd with my name on it. And some of the comments below that seemed personal, but anyway, that's just crazy talk.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, and then I got the newspaper and they told me to chill out. But anyway.
Oh, dude. Yeah. You got the newspaper delivered to you.
Yeah. I got the Epic Times, which I never ordered. And that's when I was complaining that I was like suffering. I was really worn down and feeling awful from doing all the dives. And I think they kind of told me to sit this out for a bit, take a break. I honestly do. But I don't have any secret sources, folks.
Yeah, exactly.
So 72 is the next one, right? Is that the next one you have?
66. Should I have 72 up there?
Yeah, 72 should be there too.
Okay. I missed that somehow. Okay.
And this is November 4th, 2017. So this is a year apart from the other one. The other one was 18. And it says, wait. Go back to the post about the families that run everything and Trump taking one out. Was one of them this Saudi family? Seriously. Because that makes this a happening. I remember the phrasing not making sense. I was like, oh, does he mean that DT took out the Clintons? But the Clintons were on the list as remaining, so I didn't know who was taken out. And then Q responds, very smart, Anon. Disinformation is real. Distractions are necessary. Saudi Arabia is the primary. U.S. is secondary. Asia, EU, Alice in Wonderland. Notice the sign-offs are all Alice in Wonderland.
Yep.
And Wizards and Warlocks. And there's another thing you can do to take these another step, Dave, is if you just type in the toolbar Alice in Wonderland or Wizards and Warlocks, it'll take you to all of them.
Yeah, there's a shit ton.
And that really opens up a huge amount of information, but sometimes that's really awesome.
Hey, I want to just interject something real quick because I don't want to forget this, and I think it's really important. And that is, I've talked to you all about how I think Q came to be. And for those of you who haven't heard, I want to remind you. And that is that years ago on the internet, there was a project called Cicada. And in this project, Cicada, they basically put out a puzzle, and the puzzle was near impossible to figure out, to solve. But there were some people that solved it, and then they did another puzzle, and the same thing. There were brilliant people on the internet that could not figure it out, and so we don't know all the people who solved it. They've given us a few of them, I believe, but these are like high-level autists, hackers, people that know the internet like your shoe closet. Okay, like they can figure out what's there and this goes there and the whole bit.
Well, in my case, better.
Right. Yeah.
Well, Either Friend told us about that too. There was a big reference to the Cicada program.
Either Friendly.
Yeah.
In the a lot of the Cicada was in there, absolutely. Which is that's when it kind of it reminded me to tell the Sneds that this is how it all began, or so we think, right? And so you've got these military operatives, you've got these civilian operatives, but then you also have these hackers. Now these hackers that are creating this puzzle, okay? But what just came to mind, Todd, is that everyone's saying, when's it going to happen? When's it going to happen? Well, what I just thought of is maybe Q is waiting for us to figure out the puzzle, to solve this puzzle. Like maybe there's something in here that we have to solve, and by solving it, that's going to open up the solution. And as time goes on, we're learning from it. We're learning, okay, I've got to push to the precipice. I've got to participate. I've got to engage. I'm not just going to eat popcorn and watch the movie. I'm going to engage with my local community. I'm going to challenge this person and challenge that person. I'm going to, class action lawsuits are valuable, are important. I'm going to get involved in that. I'm going to get them, big tech, we're going to take them down. And as we're figuring this all out and trying to figure out who's behind it and the whole bit, we're finding ourselves and we're finding our own history and our own situation, present day, and how to navigate that and how to take it and make it better and how to change it, how to flip it onto its head, right? So maybe we're waiting. The waiting that we're doing is actually, and the cicadas have a 17-year life cycle. That was another connection, right? Remote viewer 57. Cicada has this 17 life cycle, and here 17 is Q, and they use cicada to bring everybody in. So I talked about that when we were doing that. So
I think you could be onto something there. Maybe they're waiting for us to prove that we're smart enough not to fall for this crap anymore.
I think it's all a part of it, right?
I think it is, because but you have to prove that you're worthy of the world we're gonna live in when we get it, and not screw it up again to where we have to, wait 1,000 years for somebody to devise a plan against this kind of evil again. Because I think, you might be right on the Cicada project to find some brilliant minds to navigate the internet, but I think this plan's been going for a long time.
Yeah, I do too, but here's the thing about the internet. The internet is evolving every day. And so I don't even know if the cicada crackers are even one or two or four or 8 of the 10 that know everything. They could be just the ones that are navigating them through the internet, right? Navigating this puzzle in a way that we're taking this number and putting it here and this connection here. And it's like this 3-dimensional, actually, 5-dimensional chess board that we're trying to figure out where, this move over here, this move over there, but they can see that. These cicada dudes can see that clearly,
well, it reminds me of string theory a lot, and I spent like a whole weekend working on string theory, and that's.
Were you fishing? Is that what you're talking?
No, that was all. It was the interdimensional connections in physics. It's interplanal connections. It's like everything's connected. It's the wormholes. It's everything, and it makes more sense if you think of the world in that way. That we're not disconnected from any part of it. We're connected to all of it.
Yeah.
So, and all we're seeing is basically, when we see bad, there's just as much good. It's just that, sometimes the bad comes out stronger. And if you notice, like, a lot of people got turned off watching the evening news because they were getting all bad news and it was driving the vibe down. And the smart people turned it off, early. I wasn't apparently one of the smart ones because I thought I was smart by keeping up with the news.
Right. Yeah.
I thought that's what smart people do is they go and they pay attention to what's happening in the world. I just didn't know I was being lied to every freaking night,
Yeah. 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 So this is something that's very very interesting.
Did your audio go down, Dave?
Yeah, let me check that.
Somebody said no audio.
Hold on a sec.
If they missed my string theory, I'm going to be mad because that was really good.
That's all right, man. I heard it.
Hey, Dave, we're still at 1713. Not one soul has added on and not one soul has left.
I noticed that.
That's cool.
That's really cool. 1713. So everyone should have heard you, brother. No question about it.
Because I don't want to have to go down that road again.
Okay. So, this is really trippy. Okay. And I have to give Cindy Scott total credit for this. Okay. This is brilliant. And I'm going to get to something here really quick. Okay. Now,
well, just wait on my dive. That's okay. Let's go down.
Yeah. No, you're gonna love this, dude. Okay, because we got it. It's Alice in Wonderland. Okay. Now, this is Alice and Wonderland, not Alice in Wonderland, but we're still gonna go down this road. Okay. real quick. So this is why you're gonna really love this. Okay, now Alice in Wonderland syndrome is a rare neurological manifestation with microscopy in a 6-year-old child. Alice in Wonderland, it's AIWS, describes a set of symptoms with alteration of body image. An alteration of visual perception is found in that way that the sizes of body parts or sizes of external objects are perceived incorrectly. What are we talking about right now, right? We're perceiving, things incorrectly. The most common perceptions are at night. The causes for AIWS are still not known exactly. Typical migraine, temporal lobe, epilepsy, brain tumors, psychoactive drugs of Epstein-Barr virus infections are causes of AIWS. It has no proven effective treatment. The treatment plan consists of migraine prophylaxis and migraine diet. Chronic cases of AIWS do not exist. Okay, now, this was just one particular child this guy was writing about. Here's more on it. Alice in Wonderland syndrome is a neuropsychological condition that is very rare. It is also called Todd's syndrome or dysmetropsia. It is a condition that causes temporary distortion in perception and disorientation. They may experience distortions in visual perception of objects, either appearing smaller, micropsia, or larger, macropsia, or appearing closer, pelopsia, or farther away, teleopsia. They are caused by changes in how your brain perceives the surroundings you are a part of and how your body looks. It affects
I got a syndrome?
You got a syndrome, dude. And it affects multiple senses such as vision, touch, and hearing. One may also lose a sense of time.
I do that all the time. Usually I run out of it.
So Cindy Scott, great catch. All she did was
Dave, go back to that picture of the boy. Do you remember when Biden and his wife were with the Carters? Remember how big they looked?
Oh yeah.
They're in the chairs.
That's exactly what that reminds me of when they were with Jimmy Carter and
They look like they were fake.
They looked like they were 5 times his size.
And they were in yellow chairs too, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, nice find, Cindy. That was pretty awesome. Let me pull up that picture. Oh, dude, this is this is crazy. Look at this.
That's Alice in Wonderland syndrome right there.
That
Dave.
is Todd's syndrome.
Look at that.
Dude, that is crazy.
And that is not modified. That's how the picture was everywhere.
Yep.
Look at by perception, look at Jimmy Carter's feet.
And she looks huge too.
Yeah.
Next to Jimmy, just like Biden looks huge next to what's her name? Carter. June? Oh my God.
That is Alice in Wonderland syndrome.
Yeah.
Q was pointing it out then.
Yeah. Wow.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and the same kind of different. Here's the difference in the two sets, but you can see why Todd was, it's kind of like a same kind of vibe with the, the furniture and the
yeah.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, that was a weird and crazy, wacky picture. Okay, so see, I knew you'd love that. I caught that, and we had to go on Alice in Wonderland. So back to Alice in Wonderland. Back to Todd. See, folks, Todd's dives are so long and drawn out that we've got to have commercial breaks. We've got to have, breaks in the action.
One dive, we go till next week.
Dude, if I gave you the full Monty of a dive,
it'd be hours.
We would be here till the weekend.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay, till next week.
Okay.
We're still at 1,713.
Yeah. I got a feeling that's a falsified number one way or the other.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no way it would stick for that long. Somebody would have got bored of my ass and left.
I know, right?
So we're at 66 now, right? Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So this is November 2nd, 2017. Let's be clear. You're telling us POTUS is currently under attack by our own intelligence agencies? And then Q answers, let's be clear, be real clear. The CIA just attacked the command and chief, which was immediately detected by NSA MI and alerted to POTUS. Review all my crumbs, including today, yesterday, weekend. What does this mean? What actions are immediately occurring? If this leaks or the immediate action ongoing at Langley, you'll have your verification ahead of schedule. So,
here's another one. Review all my crumbs.
Yeah.
Like those other two.
Right? And then it asks, it says what actions are immediately occurring. That could be in that timeline or this timeline,
Right.
So you'll get where I'm going. And I didn't realize there weren't much more connections, but you'll see it at the end. That the end is worth waiting for.
Now we're down to 23 now, right?
23.
Okay.
Yes. November 1st, 2017. Note, military intelligence has the same SAPs as NSA, CIA, etc., as designated post 9/11. Yesterday was 9/11 mirrored.
Yeah.
Why is this relevant? Who can be held hostage and controlled? CIA thinks its foreign offshore assets are strong enough to defend against U.S. executive, not accounting for military use on domestic soil. Why does the Constitution explicitly grant this authority to the president, and what is it to prevent? They knew our agencies would grow in power so much so that they can hold the executive hostage or engage with bad actors.
Bad actors.
Trump nominated someone new to direct every agency but one. He controls the top. And I believe they're talking in this timeline. I think, because those agencies haven't all been shifted yet. So now we go to the one that we always seem to end up on. It's 14. And this is where you're going to see where I think it may be the wrap up, because we're down to where we need to be. This is the SCIF, military intelligence. What is state secrets and how upheld in the Supreme Court? What must be completed to engage military intelligence over three-letter agencies? What must occur to allow for civilian trials? Why is this relevant?
Mm-hmm.
What is Flynn's background? Why is this relevant? Why did Admiral R, NSA meet Trump privately without authority?
Rogers.
Does POTUS know where the bodies are buried? Does POTUS have the goods on most bad actors? Was Trump asked to run for president? Why? By who? Was HRC next in line? Was the election supposed to be rigged? Did good people prevent the rigging? Why did POTUS form a panel to investigate? Has POTUS ever made a statement that did not become proven true fact? What is POTUS in control of? What is the one organization left that isn't corrupt? Why does the military play such a vital role? Why is POTUS surrounded by highly respected generals? Who guards former presidents? Why is that relevant? Who guards HRC? Why is Antifa allowed to operate? Why hasn't the Muslim Brotherhood been classified as a terrorist organization? What happens if Soros-funded operations get violent and engage in domestic terrorism?
Yeah.
That is what we were talking about basically with the trial.
Yeah.
What happens if mayors, police commissioners, chiefs do not enforce the law? You have Kyle Rittenhouse enforcing the law and going
Right.
out there and protecting property and trying to help people.
Yeah.
He fills the gap, the vacuum. What authority does POTUS have specifically over the Marines? Well, it's the Marines' birthday. That's
Happy
kind of
birthday,
coincidental.
Marines.
Why is this
246th birthday.
What is Mueller's background? Military. Was Trump asked to run for president with assurances made to prevent tampering? How is POTUS always 5 steps ahead? Who is helping POTUS? Now, we had to go all the way through all that information, but you'll see that there's common threads throughout. You're talking about the 3-letter agencies. You're talking about HRC. You're talking about Saudi Arabia, the Muslim Brotherhood, Antifa.
Yeah.
But I think what really puts it all together is, how early this was all discussed in Post 14, which was October 31st, 2017.
At 11 o'clock.
Yeah. And that's important.
Yeah.
And that says 11:15, 1115. But it's just so funny how that when you go through all that, and I'm like, where am I ever going to get confirmation? And then it talks about exactly why Kyle Rittenhouse, why that happened. Because if the police would have done their jobs and put down those riots, you would have never had a kid on trial today.
Right. So, and yet, why is Antifa allowed to operate? Well, that's to create the chaos that is going to naturally awaken people. More people were awakened by Antifa than David Snedeker. More people were awakened by BLM than, William Cooper. More people were awakened by, Lori Lightfoot than Todd Gideminsky. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to put you in with Beetlejuice there, dude. But
oh my God, don't say it again.
I know you're a Michael Keaton fan, so I had to throw that in there. But,
yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like, think about what's going on here. Just by allowing Antifa to operate, they're awakening people through the chaos that comes with it.
So, and what was the name of the criminal organization, and what was that with Agent 99, and it was Chaos.
Chaos. Yeah. Missed it by that much.
Agent 99.
99 upside down is 66. Travis Scott concert happened on Jenner's 66th birthday, and which Lou Taylor posted. Thank you for that reminder, Christy Blackburn. Wow. So, okay. So, all right. So it's a great dive. I still am not like, do you have any more thought on, and by the way, this show, we're all getting smart. Jill, nice.
Let's get smart.
Get smart, folks. Get smart. Todd's going to change from get out of your foxholes to get smart, I think. So what more thoughts do you have on this just being play acting or this being completely created? And is it created from a fifth dimensional aspect of they're, rewriting the software that we're experiencing right now? Or do you see them actually sitting down with Kyle and say, hey, listen, dude, we're going to have you do this and this and this, and we're going to script it. And we're going to have you shoot this guy and this guy and this guy. Then they're going to try to, take you out by through trial, the whole bit. Like, I don't see that aspect of it being the case. But what are your thoughts?
Well, I even look at the names, like Rittenhouse. I'm looking at a lot of things. A lot of things kind of, jump out at me when I'm like Moab, when Moab, that was the name of the city,
right.
in Abby's thing. And, there were a lot of things in that. It's just, like
Rosalind Carter. I said June
what?
Carter, which was Carter Cash. June Carter Cash. It was Rosalind
Nell
Carter.
from like, what was that? She was a
the
famous
big black
actress.
woman.
Yeah.
Good Times.
I think
No.
so. I'm having a good time.
No, it's What's Happening.
What's happening?
Right?
Yeah.
Oh man, holy cow! That feels like a different world.
Yeah, it is. See, and we're drawn back to, has POTUS ever made a statement that did not become proven as true fact?
Right.
And he's always been Teflon Don.
Yeah.
No, they've tried to impeach him. They've tried to do all this stuff to him, and he's
nothing sticks.
Nothing sticks to Teflon Don.
It was Give Me a Break, Sinead, I think.
Oh man, give me a break.
Yeah. We still have sound, folks. I think just check your personal sound, Donna.
And we still have 1713, Dave.
Nice.
Haven't gone up, haven't gone down.
Boy, that's some consistency right there.
Yeah, that's what you call holding the line.
So yeah, so what do you think about that? What's the, if you're going down this theory of it's all show and it's all scripted.
Are we learning?
Yeah.
Well, I
but
think,
we're learning. My theory is that we're learning from the chaos that's been allowed in the situation like of Kyle, but that we're also learning from things that are thrust and forced upon us, like they have total control over whoever's playing Biden, for example. And so they're going to be able to say things that are going to wake us up and do things like Kamala is going to go talk about a border in the Middle East, and yet she still hasn't been to the border here in the U.S.
Well, did you hear her speaking French? She had a French accent today.
Oh yeah, she threw on a fake French accent. That was lovely. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to always zoom away from. You can't get caught up in the Kyle Rittenhouse story like they want you to.
Right.
I think you have to be able to unplug from the thing that they're pushing the most.
Yeah.
Because really, honestly, for everybody that had so much emotional involvement in this story, and I'm not excluding myself because I watched it today.
Right.
Because I thought I had to watch it to know what was going on. I mean, news unlocks the map. Hell, that was the only news on.
Right.
So, but when things are pushed and that hard out of that little box that we stare into, we have to be careful of or at least, disseminate the information that we're seeing. And I don't think that, until we're proven worthy, that God himself, would give us basically, everything that we feel we deserve until we really deserve it.
Right. Right.
Why would he rush to give us this beautiful world that exists beyond all this evil? Why would he rush to give it to us if we're just going to screw it up?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's a test. Maybe we're supposed to be thinking so critically that we'll be able to pick out people. When they're lying, we should be able to know it, We shouldn't fall for the same deceptions.
Right. Right.
Because otherwise, this whole plan, whether it was 100 years in the making, 50 years in the making, 1,000 years, whatever it was, it doesn't mean anything if we're just going to hand the world back over to the same people that ground us into the ground for 1,000 years already.
Yeah.
We have to be deserving of the gift of the world that is in front of us.
Yeah. A couple comments I want to touch on. Chris Flynn says, I'm telling y'all, Trump signed that 1776 thing and filed it under education. Yes, we covered that like right away and thought it was far more than just an education bill. And this is taking us back to the Republic.
Yeah, I think a lot of the I's have been dotted and the T's have been crossed. I think they're just waiting for the Great Awakening.
Right. Right.
I mean, we're supposed to be awakening. I feel like I'm awake. I mean, I feel like, I don't know about you, Dave, but don't you feel pretty awake?
Yeah, very much so.
And I know a lot of our Sneds are a lot awake. I know there's a lot of my friends that have no idea what's going on in the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know if it's a percentage of people that have to awaken before it happens, or if the people that, could possibly be in leadership positions going into the new world, you have to be able to instruct people and help people. And, it's got to be more of a benefactor position than a power position. You know what I mean? Like helping people up in coming with you instead of holding people down like it is right now.
Right.
You've always talked about inverting the pyramid. In this case, the pyramid system would work if you had benefactors at the top.
Right.
Right?
Right.
I mean, if the world were shared, if you had benevolent people or beings or whatever is going to control the rest of the, if you had a council of 10 or 20 or 50 or whatever it is that were thinking nothing but ways to help everyone.
Right.
Then the pyramid would work, but it's apparent it's been hijacked. I think, the top of the pyramid's evil. So the whole thing doesn't work.
Aaron R. says Rittenhouse is not a common name. It was the name of the force behind the government and history that was using time travel to keep control in the background in a TV series Timeless a couple years ago.
I thought I've heard of that. Yeah.
This is what it looked like. And look,
Wow.
the all-seeing eye. We just saw that with
Kennedy?
Travis Scott. We got Kennedy right here.
The Titanic.
The Titanic, the Federal Reserve, World Wars. the Capitol.
That looks like the Vietnam protests.
Yeah. The pyramids.
Holy shit.
I got to watch this series.
That is incredible.
We got a Glock. I'm going to say that's a Glock 45. That looks like a 21, which is what I have. Glock 21, or it's a Glock, maybe Glock 19 9mm. Interesting.
That's really interesting. That's something. And the main character was Rittenhouse.
The entity that was behind the scenes, it was the name of the force behind the government in history that was using time travel. Thank you, Aaron. That was pretty cool.
When was
Yeah,
that?
that's cool as hell.
Yeah.
What was all that?
That was only, what, a couple years ago?
That was in, let's see, 2016 to 2018.
Well,
that'll be something we'll have to watch.
Yeah. By the way, it got 8 nominations. HBO Max. Chinatown is one episode. The Red Scare is another one. The team chases Flynn to 1954 en route to a once-in-a-generation meeting of Rittenhouse.
Get out of here.
Look at this.
Do you see how it all connects? It's
wow.
crazy.
We're back to string theory.
Yeah. So do you think that so when you're watching Rittenhouse, what are you thinking now?
Well, I mean, I don't besmirch the kid for anything. I don't when I look at things and I get these, strange feelings that something's not right in it, I kind of look at, when I saw him crying, I didn't know what to think because it was heart-wrenching on one side, and the other side I thought, is this real? Is this real? I'm kind of looking at it both ways at the same time, and that's the way I'm looking at everything now. And am I supposed to? Is this what my TV wants me to be feeling about this? It's like, it's a strange thing not to just immediately believe everything that, go, oh my God, that's awful. It's just to kind of just have that moment of hesitancy where you have to think about whether you're going to accept it or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, like I said, I can literally look at it both ways, and I can make it work on both sides. I can make it so it's like, yeah, I mean, that's logical. It's a logical thing. But then I can also look at it and go, that doesn't make any sense at all. It's totally conflated, and it's overdone. To make him out as the Boy Scout de jour, other than the post, like you were talking about.
Yep.
But then you have to wonder if he's there to help people. Why is he carrying this big gun around? And I understand. I wouldn't want my kid to do that.
No, I mean, it's going to scar him for life. Hey, Kurt is saying.
No. I mean, I wouldn't want my kid to go to a riot, even if he wants to help, and take a big ass gun with him.
Right.
Because,
something's
it's
bound
just
to
like
happen.
it's just like the biggest guy in the room, Dave. It's like,
yeah,
they always want to. Somebody always wants to fight the biggest guy in the room.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And you probably know that by now, looking at your nose.
Oh my God. That was just not right, was it? Well, folks,
Okay, so
Nice knowing y'all.
only one of the 5 breaks was a fight, and he tapped out. The rest, the other 3 were basketball elbows. Maybe 2 of them were fight.
I love
Maybe 2 of
walking
them were
away
fight.
from a fight. You're all scratched up and clawed up, and your nose is crooked, and your ears bleeding, and your mouth and everything, and you go in your both hands, and you go, "I won!" And it's like,
Yeah.
I feel like shit. So that's when I said. I even told my friends, I go, that wanted to talk me into like, hey, let's get those guys. I was like, man, even when I win a fight, it hurts. So I quit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no question. So did you see the judge's did the judge's phone ring?
Yeah.
And here's the
was that, are you Donald Trumpo, I think, had something? I don't know if it was real. Honest to God.
It's all over the thing. It sounds, here, let's check it out.
I don't think that's necessarily what I'm supposed to do. But I think the court has to make some findings as it relates to the bad faith on the part of the prosecution. And if the court makes a finding that the actions that I had talked about were done in bad faith.
Dude, are you kidding me? That was I'm proud to be an American by Oh my God. That's Trump's fight song, dude. That's not a mistake.
Donald Trumpo had that post.
And if the court makes a finding that
it's real,
the actions that I had talked about were done.
Dude, did you see that he has a rocking chair back there too? That chair that he's got with the, it looks like that big hardback chair.
Yeah.
The judge, he rocks
And look
back
at
all the time.
Look at the lawyer smiling, and look at Kyle's like, what? Oh my God, I'm proud to be an American.
The actions that I had talked about were done in bad faith. Then I think both.
Oh my God.
So are you starting to kind of lean my way, Dave?
Oh my God. Kurt, I did not know that. That was amazing. Well, no, I'm not. Because you and I are saying the same thing, but at different levels. Like, for example, I think that this all went down in this particular situation, and Bayou Dawn says that really happened. She saw it live.
I heard it too.
Okay. And so it was Trump calling. Cheryl says.
It's enough. It's Trump calling.
Did you see how he kind of licks his teeth too? He kind of sticks his tongue in his
Oh yeah.
It's like, oh, got busted.
Wait a minute. Patriots of Ventura County says, sorry guys, I've watched live, not the real ringtone. We got a lot of people saying that this was the real deal. That Breitbart is saying it.
Media pounce on Rittenhouse judge's ringtone. Yeah.
We've got UP. People can't believe that the judge has a ringtone that's a Trump rally favorite. This is trial judge bias. Judge Schroeder's ringtone revealed to be Trump rally theme as phone rings during trial. This could be a problem.
Yeah. Throw the judge out.
Yeah. They could call this a mistrial.
Well, maybe something's going to happen before it.
Yeah, Betsy, I think you're outnumbered here.
Tomorrow's 11/11.
Washington Examiner.
Hey, we're at 1713, Dave. Maybe we're supposed to go to 1713.
Yeah, that's a good point, brother. Good call.
We've been there for the whole time.
Let me see here.
Did you hear about my 17s?
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, Cindy had a lot of 17 coincidences today.
Tonight.
Everything that she bought was 17.
Gas, 1702. Another thing, 1717. Another thing, 1703 or something like that.
Gas 17. What'd you get? 2 gallons?
No, I was a friend of mine filling up her vehicle, and it was that's all it took to top it out.
Yeah. Hey,
wow.
Wow.
Look at that.
Holy shit. Stand the fuck down.
Thanks, Q.
Oh my God. Dude, we're just talking about a phone and a ringtone, and Todd says, oh, maybe we should check out 1713. Yeah, me. Todd, would you read that to us, please?
1713?
Yeah.
Of course I'll read that.
Holy shit.
Stand the fuck down. It's a ring. It's a cell phone. It says stand the fuck down.
And it just so happens that those are the lyrics of Proud to Be an American. Go ahead.
Yeah. You think this is some sort of game? Do you not understand that you are effing with people's livelihoods here? These are real people's lives we're talking about. This is wrong on so many levels. You all think you're so big and tough hiding behind a screen, you worthless redneck racist, inbred pieces of shit. You have no idea who and what you're going up against. Let me make something resoundingly clear to this cesspool and its inhabitants. You're not all as anonymous as you think you are, far from it. What you're doing is a tantamount to terrorism, and trust me, there will be serious repercussions. That's all I have to say.
All right, do we know who that is?
No, but
Google Yandex IQDB weight. Remember when we were Googling Yandex and finding those children that have been trafficked?
Yep.
And every single one of these starts with a 17 too. All right, so there we go.
And then it says, put to death, therefore, whatever belongs to your earthly nature, sexual immorality, impurity, lust, evil desires, and greed, which is idolatry. 6, because of these, the wrath of God is coming. Colossians 3:5. Your evil has no place in this world. And that's kind of what I was saying before is, we're not deserving yet of the world that's going to be given to us. And we're not going to get to see that world until we're deserving, is what I'm saying. The author of the post, the face is never the author. Direct comms come in many forms. Direct comms come in many forms, Dave.
Yeah. Many different forms.
So why are we stuck at 1713?
Right. Exactly. Still stuck at 1713.
If somebody could control that, Dave, wouldn't that be a good way to get you some info?
Yep. And
let's see what 17 and 13 say.
Okay. And by the way, RB Chef 28 says, Dave, somebody on Twitter changed the ring code tone. Don't know how, but they did. I saw the original one in court, then a different tone on Twitter. So Betsy said the same thing. But what was the ringtone? Do we know? No, it's not Sarah Silverman, although I can see where you could see that. I don't think, anyway. Let me double check that. I don't think that's Sarah Silverman. Yeah, Duda, I went to 246. Let's follow the 17 and the 13 first, and then we'll go to 246. Let's go to the 17. Did you go there yet, bud?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Okay, so this is the why does Obama travel in advance of POTUS? The Marines is up again. Power of POTUS as it relates to the Marines.
Then it says, how can military intelligence be applied to prosecute bad actors and avoid corrupt agencies and judges?
Which is, yeah.
We're
Wow.
just watching a judge.
Yeah.
And I've never seen a judge actually. I mean, I've had them. I've seen them bite people's heads off before, but
yeah,
that guy basically he almost declared a mistrial. He pulled himself back from the brink. Did you catch that part of it?
Yeah, right.
Where he said, "I think you've gone over the line." He goes, "Well, you're right up to it."
Right.
And it's like, because he was talking about his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, and that idiot was just sitting there saying, "Well, he hasn't talked about it since he did it." It's like, dude, you've never heard of right to remain silent?
Yep. Yep.
So it was just so, and to have that banter back and forth, I would have thought maybe the judge or somebody would have said, like, "Hey, let's cut the feed. We need to sidebar," or something,
Yeah.
instead of making it like, I don't know. It just seemed theatrical to me.
And also, I mean, how interesting that all the media has picked up on it. So that it sounds to me like this thing is intentional too, as a part of the show. Because
it's always there's always something obscure, something weird, something just doesn't make sense on almost all this news.
MSN covered it too. So it could be a trap to get the mainstream media to jump on it and try to discredit the judge.
Well, if you can be impugned by the music you listen to, then I mean, there's a whole list that I can start.
What's that, brother? Sorry, I was just trying to find another copy of it. We got to get to the bottom of that.
Well, regardless of whether he had or Trump, maybe he likes the song. So what? What does that mean? Because I mean, you can't define somebody by the ringtone that they have on their phone.
Well, it's a TDS thing, right? They'll find any way they can.
So what would be the funniest thing you could do if you're a white hat in control of the whole situation? Right in the middle of a serious trial.
Right.
That's like Biden farting in front of the, what's her name?
Yeah.
And pooping his pants.
There's also videos going around with where "fuck Joe Biden" is the ringtone.
Well, I mean, Breitbart. I mean, I would think they would verify their sources.
I know.
I mean, you'd have to go to watch the 6 hours, and I don't know
Right.
what timestamp that's on, but you could get the original clip.
Okay. All right. I think. Hold on.
I just think there's a lot of hocus pocus going on, Dave. Hocus
Yep.
pocus.
A lot of distractions. A lot of disinformation. A lot
Yeah,
of
especially
misinformation.
with Durham. You know, Durham's starting to come out now, and all of a sudden, everybody wants to talk about the Rittenhouse case.
Here's one.
The actions that I had were done in bad faith. That I think.
Now that one was clearly a mock-up, I think. Right?
I think that was real. That was definitely real, Dave.
Let's go, Brandon. Yeah. School boards were absolutely bribed to put in what they're being told to put in. Catherine says, do you guys know the video of Trump telling a story about the snake was circulating today? I didn't see
it
that.
was making the rounds again?
Yeah.
I like that story.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
wouldn't media like your TV be like the head of the snake, really? I mean, because you know, where do you go for your information?
Right.
And that would be like, you know, putting the head of the viper right in your house, unless you know how to handle it. Like, don't believe everything.
Right. Right. By the way, my buddy did a highlight reel of me, of all my football years. He did one of everybody. Mine dropped yesterday. Oh my God. I gotta share it with the Sneds. It's pretty amazing. You're gonna love it, man. You're gonna flip out. Maybe I'll do that Friday night. Maybe we'll do something fun Friday night.
Yeah, I'm out of gas.
Yeah,
I'm
me
tired.
too, brother.
Almost
So
1
I'm with
a.m.
you. I'm with you on this on the movie thing. I just think that some of it was, you know, it's like a dog fight. You put two dogs in the ring, they're going to fight, and then they're going to use that narrative and build around that narrative. And so because they have. Yeah, so that's the difference between us. That I think that a lot of this is scripted, but I think some of it just plays out naturally, right?
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of backstory on it. You know, there's a lot that goes into these, but you know, how hard would it be to? I mean, literally, how hard would it be? You could do all the things like, you know, they did on January 6th. You know, that was just a small amount of people in a big crowd.
Exactly.
And they made the whole crowd, you know, the narrative is that the whole crowd, you know, it looked like you know, we've gone through the video where the people were staying within the ropes when they walked in. They weren't tearing stuff down or burning stuff. They were taking selfies, and grandmas were walking through there, and they were respectful.
Yeah.
They were respectful of each other
Yep.
and in the place. and there were only a handful that were planted there to look out of control. And
Yeah.
we saw that where they got their weapons out of the fireplace, so that was all done the night before.
Yeah. So, hey, Jessica Emma says, "Are you guys on weekly?" Yeah, I wish. we're 4 nights a week: Monday, Tuesday, Thursday,
this isn't
Friday.
one of them.
But this isn't
Yeah.
one of them. Yeah, we're not really on right now.
We're not on right now, so you guys are all having some kind of delusion.
Yeah, we're swapping out tomorrow with the 7K call is tomorrow. This is the IndoctriNATION.com. Go down to Patriot Silver. If you fill this out, listen to this interview, fill this out, and Nancy will call you, and she's absolutely fabulous, and tell you about what we're doing with Patriot Silver. It's amazing. And so that is happening. There's a call tomorrow morning at 8 Pacific Standard Time. And on that call, it's called Coffee with Curtis. And the founder and financier of that company, which is 5 years old and has been doubling in size every year, is going to be on the call. His name is Roger Ball, fantastic person from what I've heard. And so join that call at 8 a.m. on the link I just dropped in the chat, and then join us Friday night when we're back.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
One last thing before I go. I did the mirror of 1713, so that was 3171, and I'll just this will be the end of me.
Okay.
This is good.
Okay, hold on. Let me get there. All right.
While y'all are doing that, I just want to wish all the veterans out there happy Veterans Day, and thank you for your service.
Awesome. Yep. That's pretty
Today.
amazing. We have the world we have because of them. I lost my damn Q dives. Shit. Let me just open up another one.
Oh my God.
Here we go.
It's bad enough to lose your Q dives, but when you have like 65 on it, you start crying.
1317. There you go. Oh, 65. Okay.
No, I did 3171 mirror.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's yeah, okay. 3171. Yeah, I'm done too. Okay.
You can go ahead and read it.
Democrats haven't been this mad at Republicans since we freed their slaves. Yeah.
Good
That's
night,
funny.
folks.
Yeah. That's a mic drop right there. All right, my friends. Good stuff. Good stuff. Enjoy your day off tomorrow.
Oh my God, I can't wait.
I know, right?
Yeah, me too.
I love what I do, but I love not to do it at least one night a week.
Yeah.
I've got a busy day tomorrow.
Yeah, and my upcoming schedule, Dave's next week is looking really bad.
Crazy.
Is that right?
Three out of town basketball games, like Lincoln, Pawnee, and Pawnee's not too far, but Lincoln, it's kind of a haul. So anyway, I'm gonna I'll get with you on the schedule next week.
Cool. We'll figure it out.
Well, yeah. Usually I can make it back, by 10:30 or 11. Hopefully.
Cool. The Todd father is tired.
He's given up.
My brain's tapped. Too much thinking.
No kidding. No kidding, right? So this oh yeah, Hawk, happy Marine birthday, 246 years old today. We gave a shout out earlier. Yeah, and thank you for your service. Happy Veterans Day too, Hawk. Awesome.
Ditto.
It was Jess Cotton said Dave just watched Citizen Stringer. It was the Lee Greenwood song Timestamp 417. Timestamp was 417. Okay.
Wow.
417. Todd, I went to 417.
Well, Dave,
1221.
Look at this. Look at the top of your screen. If you 1713 is 417.
Military planning at its finest. What's that?
Your viewers. 1713 is 417.
1713 is 417. Son of a gun.
I was there the whole time.
Dude, 1317 is 417.
Mic drop.
Mic
Good
drop.
night,
And no, we're not done. Check this out. The 417 is 1221, 2017, 1144 and 45. 11 tomorrow. 44 is 44 when POTUS will tweet. And 45 is POTUS. News unlocks map. Future proves past. Stringers important.
How many times did I say string theory?
String theory tonight. Stringers important.
Yep.
Hint 1219. 22 White House POTUS press. Divert ATT cap H. We were sent to this when the AT&T building blew up in downtown Nashville. Find post news POTUS tax bill speech learn 22 2+2 AT&T diverted Capitol home. Interesting. And then of course it takes us back to 14 here
53, 63,
and 53 and 63.
Welcome to my world. It never ends.
Yeah, you want to tap out? 63.
Yeah.
To those watching, you know who you are. November 2nd. You have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know to be right, or you can suffer the consequences of your previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide to take down posts online and the net, we will be ready. 4920-A code Alice and Wonderland. 53, list out all who have foundations. Why is this relevant? How can donations be used personally? Analyze the filings. Who is charged with overseeing this? IRS, corrupt, politically motivated? The level of corruption in our country and most others is so severe, there is only one way. Alice and Wonderland. The military. Marines' birthday today, 246, and Veterans Day.
And World War I started 11/11, ended 11/11 at 11.
Yep, and 246 sends us to underground massive data center with a 17 and a 586. .586. What would happen if text originated from an FBI agent to several internals? This gets in FBI DOJ and the forget the Russia setup. 1 of 22. This is only the beginning. Be careful what you wish for as the world turns. So the Russia setup, one of 22 scandals. What happens to the FBI, the DOJ, special counsel? Every FBI, DOJ previous case could be challenged. Lawless. Think logically. We haven't started the drops regarding human trafficking and sacrifices yet. They're the worst. Those good who know cannot sleep. Those good who know cannot find peace. Those good who know will not rest until those responsible are held accountable. Nobody can possibly imagine the pure evil and corruption out there. Those you trust are the most guilty of sin. Who are we taught to trust? If you are religious, pray. 60% must remain private, at least for humanity. These people should be hanging. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about, what had to still be revealed, and I said even though we're seeing more movement on human trafficking and sex crimes and all that stuff, we're not down to the nitty-gritty yet.
Yeah.
That would be the one thing that would actually unite almost all humanity that's not involved in it.
Yeah.
I would hope.
That would be the end of it.
Yeah.
And once it happens, it's supposed to happen fast. So, like I said, I don't know how it's going to end. I know it's going to, but and that's the great uniter that I believe will do it.
Wow. Yep. Wow.
All right, brother.
See you Friday.
I'm out.
Good night, guys. Love you.
Love
well
you,
done.
Feds.
Good night, everybody. Love you.
What's my new catchphrase, Dave? Get out of your foxholes.
Read your script. Read your script. No, it was. Yeah, what was Todd's new catchphrase?
Oh man.
Damn.
That's a sign you're getting old.
Come on, man.
Let's go, Brandon.
Yep, that's it. Let's go, Brandon. I just go straight to the FJB.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
All right, good night, all. Love you.
Good night, guys.
Everybody.
See ya. Matlock. Yeah. All right, folks. What a night. Holy cow. Get smart. Yes, that's it, Linda. Well done. Get smart. Becky says bird bath. Oh my God. Okay, my friends. What a night. Whew. 11 o'clock. What is that? 4.5 hours? Wow. Anybody else do 4.5 hour shows? The woman that Stu Peters interviewed about the sex trafficking with Biden and Barack Obama. I was watching her probably a year ago. She was the one, I think, that was in the car with the black girl who was in the car with the white woman. And I was hearing some of that stuff, and we never connected. But we actually exchanged some emails, I believe, about having her on. And we never did. So do you guys remember her? And was she saying those things back then? Okay. Yeah, Hawk does all-nighters. Yeah, and all weekenders. But he's not human, folks. Just so you know. He's a machine. No, machine, human with a heart of gold. Yeah, good stuff, man. Hey, folks, what do you say? We pray. And Holly says, I remember your 8-hour show. Yeah. Hawk, were you on that 8-hour show? Were you in for that? Okay. Dave, Citizen Stringer News does 4 more hours, but he's covering the trial all day. Cool. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, Stu's awesome. Okay, my friends. Let us say a prayer. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing this beautiful tribe together of beautiful hearts and minds. And we thank you for this community. We thank you for the eyes to see and the ears to hear things that we have been kept from. And we thank you for bringing us to this light. And we ask you to help us to bring our light to the darkness and continue to stand up and speak out for what we believe, what we know to be true, and stand up for those who don't have the voice and the strength to do so for themselves. And we ask you, Lord, to also help us to look internally and create our own internal revolution of light, of love, and to connect with you, our Creator. And we ask you, Lord, to please watch over all of the Marines who have fought so valiantly for this country, for our flag, for what we believe in. And we thank them. We thank all the veterans that are being celebrated on today, 11/11. And we just want to give thanks to those veterans, and please watch over them and let them know how special they are, and soothe and cure the heart that has been shattered by the activity that was not meant to be done by humans to each other. And we ask you to help them through whatever they're dealing with. And we ask you to help all who are having health issues. Please watch over them, Lord, and bless them and let them know they're not alone. And I thank you for President Trump. I thank you for the Q team. I thank you for Todd and Cindy and their family. And please continue to bless my family and all the Snedheads out there, and all the mustard seeds, and all the patriots, and all the digital warriors and keyboard warriors, and all those warriors that we celebrate today who have actually had boots on the ground to defend our nation, to defend their families. And we thank them for that sacrifice, and we are better for it. In Jesus' name we pray, thy will be done. Amen. Yes, extra prayers for baby Grace and all the Snedheads that need the prayers. All right. All right, folks, stick a fork in me. I am done. God bless you all. Thanks for hanging. See you Friday night. We won't be broadcasting tomorrow night. Truthcasting, I should say. And we will be, but tomorrow night, Nancy will be doing the 7K call at 6 o'clock. And please check out that 8 a.m. call with Coffee with Curtis tomorrow morning with one of the founders of 7K. All right. Love you all. Be well. Be well. Take care of yourself. And happy 11/11. Good night.